Chapter 426, Treachery. Jin Qing suppressed his fear and forced himself to ask, "Is your esteemed self man or ghost?" The freakish shadow sinisterly smiled and teased, "Man. Ghost? You tell me." Jin Qing's expression became extremely unsightly. Han Li remained silent and quickly opened his scroll painting without warning. Countless firebirds rushed out, flocking straight towards the freakish shadow. At the same moment, the previously summoned huge bird released a sharp cry and abandoned its fight with the eerie snake, shooting straight towards the freakish shadow as a scorching ball of white flame. The freakish shadow snorted disdainfully and said, "Congealed young birds. If they had their genuine bodies, this senior might be slightly fearful. But to dare attempt to devour ghosts and exterminate devils with only their remnant souls." Having said that, the green shadow raised its hands and condensed black chi around them in an instant. Pu. The black chi transformed into two horned ink pythons which shot towards the large flock of firebirds. With their bloodthirsty mouths wide open, each python swallowed several firebirds. Immediately after, they each burped a wisp of white smoke and were completely unharmed. At that moment, the huge congealed young bird that had turned into a ball of white flame arrived in front of the snakes. However, it completely ignored them and shot straight towards the freakish shadow. When the shadow saw this, its eyes flashed with red light, enriching their color. Although the shadow didn't move, it faintly revealed a solemn expression. It was clear that the remnant souls of the congealed young bird wasn't nearly as harmless as it had made them out to be. Pang! The green shadow's hands trembled, separating the horned pythons from its hands and allowing them to move on their own. Then, while clenching its hands as hard as it could, otherworldly dark green flames flourished from its grasp. Soon after, its body blurred and met the white fire sphere with a fierce punch. As Han Li and Jin Qing watched on with shock, the white ball of flame was scattered by the strike and disappeared in an instant. A white crystal pearl suddenly appeared in the green shadow's grasp. The shadow evilly grinned and swallowed it without hesitation, before turning its ice-cold gaze back to Han Li once more. At that moment, the scroll painting in Han Li's grasp set itself aflame, and he hurriedly tossed it away. It turned into ash in the blink of an eye. Once the scroll painting turned to ash, the firebirds that were still tangling with the ink snakes disappeared as well. Han Li sucked in a deep breath. Although he knew that the remnant souls of the congealed young birds weren't the green shadow's match, he didn't anticipate that a treasure that specialized in subduing ink ghosts would be blown away with a single blow. He had only sent them out to probe the opponent's strength, and ended up not acquiring the slightest detail. The only thing he was certain of was that the opponent wasn't a mere ghost or demon. Remaining calm, Han Li attentively gazed at the green shadow and inwardly assessed how great his odds of victory were if they were to fight. Not bad. I'm now very interested in your body. As for you two, get lost. The green shadow slowly spoke while looking at Han Li. It seemed his last attack had provoked it. Naturally, Crooked Soul didn't move in the slightest, but when Jin Qing heard this, he grew distracted, and his expression incessantly changed. Although he hadn't personally engaged it yet, his opponent's strength was deep and immeasurable. Even if he were to join hands with Han Li, Jin Qing reckoned that their odds of victory weren't very high. Now that the freakish shadow told him to leave, Jin Qing's heart was wavering. Having personally witnessed so many cultivators meet their tragic end on this very day, Jin Qing, who normally bragged about being guilt-free and clear-hearted, felt for the first time a desire to cherish life and live another day. The green shadow snorted and swept its gaze past Jin Qing and Crooked Soul. It sinisterly said, "What? I give you two a chance for survival, and you two do not wish to take it. This senior should have just saved himself the trouble and turned you two into corpses from the start." Having heard the freakish shadow's words brimming with killing intent, Jean Qing's face changed between red and white several times before eventually cupping his fist to Han Li and shamefully saying, "Brother Han, I do not wish to die here. I will have to let you down." Afterwards, he said no more and rushed toward the stone steps without looking back. Han Li's expression was calm and didn't reveal any emotions of anger or disappointment. He merely gazed at Jean Qing as he departed with a faint, cold glare. The green shadow's red eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as Jean Qing rushed past the shattered skeleton, an alarming change occurred. The nearby fragments of the skeleton suddenly launched towards him like a barrage of arrows. With furious alarm, Jean Qing surrounded himself in a layer of silver light in a flash. But without waiting for him to release his magic treasure or question the freakish shadow, the bone shards shined with white radiance and shot through his silver barrier as if it weren't even there. An instant later, Jean Qing's body was utterly shredded and fell to the floor without uttering a single word. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the corpse on the floor and lightly shook his head. With a flip of his hand, a spirit beast pouch appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, his two flying swords in front of him trembled and faintly released a green radiance. "Interesting. How come you aren't asking me why I didn't keep my promise?" the green shadow asked with a sneer. "If your esteemed self doesn't wish to talk, then there is no need to take the initiative to ask. I'd just be wasting my breath." Han Li expressionlessly said. "Not bad. Youngster, you are quite to my liking. If this were before I met Great Catastrophe, I might have taken you in as my disciple. But now, I will never take another disciple. I will be repaying my treacherous disciples by turning their bones to ash and refining their souls." The green shadow was slightly surprised at Han Li's response, but soon its voice once again grew icy. Without a change of expression, Han Li waved his arm. Crooked Soul then walked to Han Li's side with his body enveloped in blood light. He didn't plan on spouting rubbish, instead preparing to use a thunderous strike to defeat the enemy in a single blow. At the same time, additional blades of his bamboo clouds-warm swords from within his body readied themselves to pounce with fervor. After seeing Crooked Soul's blood light, the shadow slightly trembled, and it smiled in great anger. "Divine blood light. Good, good. Are you disciples of Zenith Yin or Zenith Brilliance?" Han Li slightly frowned. "Zenith Yin. Could you talking about Grandmaster Zenith Yin of Zenith Yin Island?" Han Li indifferently asked. He faintly felt as if he could unravel the mystery behind the Black Fiend School and Zenith Yin Island. Upon hearing Han Li, the green shadow flew into a rage and loudly shouted, "Grandmaster Zenith Yin? Could it be that traitorous disciple dares to call himself Grandmaster?" Han Li was slightly stunned. This ghost was actually the master of Grandmaster Zenith Yin. How truly bizarre. Just as Han Li was left flabbergasted by those words, a green light flashed from his body and a muffled noise came from behind him. Han Li couldn't help but turn around with alarm. However, there was absolutely nothing behind him. Not good. In nearly an instant, Han Li understood that he had been tricked and hastily turned his head back, instinctively releasing 7 flying swords to protect him. As of current, controlling 9 of his bamboo clouds-warm swords was Han Li's absolute limit. During the instant he turned his head over, his 9 flying swords released a single streak of sword light. A faint golden arc of divine Devilbane lightning struck from the sword light, rendering the incoming green ball of light non-existent. Han Li was drenched in cold sweat, as he had nearly just fallen to the enemy. Gold Lightning Bamboo. You refined your flying swords from Gold Lightning Bamboo. At that moment, the green shadow spoke with incredulousness. Han Li sneered and thought to mock the shadow, but he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation from up above him. He leaned to the side out of reflex, but he still felt his chest tremble. An extremely familiar red radiance had pierced through him with chilling cold, creating a wound that bled profusely. Immediately after, a yellow streak of light fiercely struck at him. Dang! A clear ring sounded out. Several of his flying swords flew out to block the yellow streak, the immemorial bowl. Crooked soul! Hanlich shouted to his side in furious alarm. The blood spirit drill and the fierce attack from the immemorial bowl were clearly Crooked Soul's doing. However, the figure at his side blurred, shooting towards the green shadow as if he hadn't heard him. Hanli reached out for the connection in his mind. Although his spiritual sense was still present in Crooked Soul, for some unknown reason he had completely lost control of him. The green shadow howled with laughter and flew towards Crooked Soul as a streak of green light. Han Li's face grew extremely pale. Then with clenched teeth, he suddenly formed an incantation gesture and fiercely uttered, "Receive." From a distance, a small green ball flew from the crown of Crooked Soul's head and hastily shot into Han Li's body before disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the green shadow had already entered Crooked Soul. As Han Li pushed down on the wound in his chest, he was fiercely staring at Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul then slowly opened his eyes to reveal a pair of glowing blood-scarlet eyes. Chapter 427, Profound Soul Demonification. Han Li quickly took out a blue talisman from his storage pouch and gently slapped it onto his wound. With a flash of white light, the bleeding immediately stopped. But when he turned his head back to meet Crooked Soul's icy gaze, Han Li wordlessly emitted an azure light around his body, which reached 10 meters in height, and had his emerald swords revolve around him in streaks. It all appeared blindingly bright. Han Li had already made a firm resolution that if he were going to leave this place, he needed to have these bamboo clouds warm swords outside his body to protect against any tricks this ancient eccentric may have in store. To tell the truth, this was the most fearsome, menacing enemy he had encountered since entering the cultivation world. If his reactions were the slightest bit slow, he would have already had a hole through his heart. Were his spiritual sense not stronger and his mind not nimbler than a common cultivator's, he would have undoubtedly met certain death from Crooked Soul's recent ambush. The blood spirit drill was truly vicious and sinister. It could hardly be blocked. But now, Han Li didn't have to worry about any further attacks from the blood spirit drill. That last attack was the last charge that Crooked Soul had cultivated. However, Han Li still felt incredibly gloomy. According to the external reincarnation technique, he clearly should have refined his spiritual sense fragment and Crooked Soul's physical body into one. Just how had this old ghost been able to take control of Crooked Soul without his knowledge? He wasn't even given the slightest warning. Were it not for his quick wits in hastily retrieving his divided consciousness from Crooked Soul, he feared the shadow would have already used it as a method for consuming him. Han Li now found himself in a truly troublesome situation. Since the enemy had possessed Crooked Soul, then the green shadow must be deceased and was closer to an evil demonic spirit or primal soul. The shadow possessing Crooked Soul wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and it may have quite possibly given Han Li the opportunity to exterminate him. With that thought, Han Li flipped his hand and an exquisitely crafted small brass bell appeared in his hand, the spirit guiding bell he had kept stored away for so long. This bell contained the blood essence of Crooked Soul's physical body. Although he couldn't count on it to arrest the enemy, it could still be used to create an advantageous opportunity. At that moment, Crooked Soul was stretching and moving his body as if wanting to familiarize himself with it. Having seen Han Li's action, he eerily chuckled as if the result of the coming battle were laid in stone. Han Li's expression darkened, and he no longer hesitated to ring the small bell. With a series of clear bell rings, Crooked Soul's red eyes flickered, but no other change occurred from his body as if nothing was wrong. Han Li's heart sunk. Regardless of what tricks you perform on this fiend core avatar, since I've become the master of this body, do you believe that minor restriction will have an effect on me? Crooked Soul's rough voice slowly spoke with a mocking tone. You know that it is a fiend core avatar. Han Li's heart stirred with surprise. Hee hee. The fiend core and external reincarnation techniques were something I had originally passed down to my two traitorous disciples. Did you believe I wouldn't see through them? You sure are courageous to use them in front of me. Could it be that your master didn't warn you that so long as this secret technique was used to refine an avatar, that I would be able to easily control it? Crooked Soul twisted his neck left and right and indifferently said with crossed arms. Hanli was bewildered, but his face wore a strange expression. What master? The avatar creation technique was something I acquired from a jade talisman. Could it have some relation to you? Hanli asked, unwilling to be a scapegoat for Grandmaster Zenithine. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, Hanli still gave a dull explanation. Jade slip. Youngster, did you believe that by not admitting to be the apprentice of my two traitorous disciples that I would let you go? After I capture you, I will refine your soul and acquire everything that I want to know. Crooked Soul didn't seem to believe Hanli and spoke expressionlessly. With that said, he beckoned to the skeleton pile nearby without further hesitation, causing it to float in the air. In an instant, it reassembled into a complete skeleton, and flew towards Crooked Soul with a flash of white light. Although Hanli didn't know what he intended, he wasn't going to allow his opponent to smoothly succeed. He immediately flicked his finger 3 times, shooting out 3 streaks of azure sword light from his hand. The azure essence sword streaks shot straight towards the skeleton. You dare to so presumptuously release those granules of light? Crooked Soul sinisterly said. He then opened his mouth and spouted out a beam of blood light. With a series of explosions, the blood light and the azure light struck and scattered into radiance. Hanli frowned and wore a solemn expression. After being possessed, Crooked Soul's cultivation was no longer restricted to early core formation stage. How truly odd. But what happened next left Hanli even more aghast. Once the white skeleton flew in front of Crooked Soul, it merged into his body without the slightest obstruction. Crooked Soul then loudly roared with his head facing upwards. His body emitted several different flashes of colors, from dark green otherworldly flame, pitch black ghost mist, and Crooked Soul's divine blood light. These 3 distinct radiances tangled with one another, continuously wandering throughout Crooked Soul's body and fully covering him within it. As Crooked Soul roared, a small explosion could be heard from within his body. With his body bowed in pain, his limbs and body began to slowly shrink. Once this was done, he stood up appearing much shorter, exactly like an ordinary person. But what caused Hanli to be most shocked was Crooked Soul's face had changed to that of a youth's with delicate facial features. Even the flourishing blood red in his eyes had greatly dimmed. In that instant, Crooked Soul had undergone a transformation into a completely different person. Hanli was stupefied for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. Hanli originally wished to use this opportunity to strike his opponent given how audaciously he used magic in front of him, but he didn't expect that this technique would be performed so quickly that there wasn't an opportunity to make use of. After a moment of silence, Hanli dryly asked the youth a bizarre question. Is this possession? Or complete body seizure? The delicate youth mysteriously smiled and glanced at Hanli with narrowed eyes, serenely saying, You greatly underestimate my profound soul demonification technique. It is a secret art that only a nascent soul cultivator is capable of performing. So long as it is cultivated, there are no restrictions with body seizure, and profound souls may be added to another body as one wishes. Now that my profound soul has solidified its bones, I will have you be a blood sacrifice so that this divine ancestor may rise once again. He raised his hands, suddenly turning his fingers into incisive claws with dark green fingernails several inches long. Hanli's expression darkened, and he didn't further waste his breath. He tossed out the spirit beast pouch that he had been holding since the beginning and released his several thousands of gold-devouring beetles. A short moment later, a glowing cloud of gold and silver floated above his head. Then with a wave of his arms, white lights continuously flickered around him, surrounding Hanli with 40 huge ape puppets. Each of them stared at the youth with an icy gaze. But Hanli didn't stop there. With his 2 hands forming an incantation seal, his 9 small swords flew out as azure light and converged into a 3-meter-long emerald sword. The sword streak endlessly twinkled with faint golden arcs of light continuously sparking from it. Upon seeing this, the delicate youth's expression greatly changed, revealing surprise and a grave expression. After the youth's gaze flickered several times, he suddenly said, "Flying swords refined from heaven, lightning bamboo, insect control techniques, and puppets. It seems you really aren't the disciple of Zenith Een and Zenith Brilliance. Since this is the case, then how about we have a proper chat?" Hanli, who had just prepared his entire offensive, was stunned upon hearing this. But after a moment of silence, he coldly said, "Unfortunately, I really want to test whether or not your esteemed self is capable of receiving my flying swords." Without the slightest hesitation, Hanli pointed towards his huge flying sword, and it immediately launched towards the youth in a green streak of light as thick as a python. As it flew, it occasionally rolled with sounds of thunder. The youth's face slightly sank upon seeing this, and he lightly waved his claws in front of him. 5 crescents of black radiance appeared out of the air and rapidly expanded, blurring several times before quickly chopping towards the green sword streak. Upon contact, the green sword streak sparked with faint golden arcs of lightning, completely obliterating the crescents of black radiance. They weren't able to withstand even a single blow. Although the youth's expression remained calm, his mind was greatly startled. The power of the gold lightning bamboo was far greater than he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, the green sword streak had arrived in front of the youth. However, he was still calm and collected as he indifferently watched the huge sword approach him as if he still had something up his sleeve. Chapter 428. Xiao Cha. The youth swiped his ghost claw again, but this time with a flash of green radiance, shooting a green streak of light towards the incoming sword streak. It immediately resulted in a huge clap of thunder. Black and golden arcs of lightning bursted out, intertwining to eventually form a huge sphere of lightning. With neither attack giving way, their cries of thunder reverberated through the hall with astonishing pressure. Hanli suddenly narrowed his gaze. Heaven lightning bamboo. He was alarmed to find the opponent also possessed a magic treasure refined from heaven lightning bamboo. Could it be? Hanli thought of something and attentively examined the green streak that the youth released. At the brilliant center of the arcs of lightning, he saw a foot-long emerald arrow struggling fiercely against his huge sword made from combining 9 bamboo clouds' warm swords. The lightning it shot out was much different than that of his sword. Instead of a golden color, it was instead mixed with a deep black as if it had been refined by an evil technique. Although this was the case, the black lightning was exceedingly powerful and even took the upper hand in its clash against the gold lightning. Hanli couldn't help but let out a gloomy sigh. He didn't expect that his original doubts were accurate. He had felt a familiar aura upon seeing the arrow embedded in the skeleton's skull. It was quite similar to his own gold lightning bamboo, but it occasionally released a faint, black evil chi, arousing his doubts. After all, according to what he knew, the gold lightning bamboo had only appeared once in the scattered star seas, but it soon disappeared after an unknown number of years. How would chance have it that he would end up encountering it? He had found it incredulous. But now, not only was this misleading arrow refined from gold lightning bamboo, but it was also a magic treasure that was refined by the old ghost. What an amazing farce! Hanli couldn't help but reveal a faint, sarcastic smile. But he suddenly recalled something. Had the old ghost taken advantage of when he was examining the skeleton and controlled the arrow, he would have certainly died. With that in mind, he couldn't help but feel increasingly fearful. His back was covered in cold sweat from that lingering fear. It wasn't exactly a surprise that his bamboo cloud's warm swords couldn't beat the arrow. He had tempered his flying swords for far too little time, and he was only capable of relying on the innate ability of the gold lightning bamboo in a fight. It was only natural for it to be inferior to the enemy's magic treasure. Had his 9 flying swords been tempered for a slightly longer time, the enemy's trifling single magic treasure wouldn't be able to contend with it, regardless of whether or not it had also been refined from gold lightning bamboo. But now that he found out that the opponent had a method of restraining the divine Devilbane lightning of his flying swords, Hanli was unwilling to launch a full-scale attack. After all, the Green Shadow's true cultivation had not been clearly shown from the very start, even after he had transformed into a youth. In addition, given his adversary's cunning and resourcefulness, his opponent's evil magics and devilish arts would surely be even more weird and troublesome. He doubted if he could do much to stop them. If he were to put his all into the fight, even by giving his 100,000 gold devouring swarm the kill command, his victory still wouldn't be certain. It could be assumed that since the enemy had suddenly put forward a proposal a moment ago that he was also somewhat fearful of Hanli's own magic treasure and strange techniques. With that thought in mind, Hanli wordlessly beckoned toward his huge sword. With a huge explosion, the huge sword dissolved into the original 9 swords and shot back towards Hanli. When the youth saw this, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Then after some hesitation, he decided to not continue his attack and recalled his magic treasures. After Hanli recalled his flying swords, he indifferently asked as if uncertain, "If your esteemed self truly is Grandmaster Zenith Yin's master, then you must be over 1,000 years old." The youth lowered his head to look at his restored hands and indifferently said, "Before I cultivated the profound soul demonification technique, I was over 600 years old. Although I don't know exactly how much time has passed after I transformed my body into a profound soul, it should be no less than 400 years. Fortunately, I cultivated this profound soul body after scattering my nascent soul. Had I remained in my flesh body, I fear I would have long died in meditation." Hanli remained silent. If what he said was true, this person was a 1,000-year ghost. Hanli couldn't help but be interested in this profound soul demonification technique, which allowed one to break through the limitations of one's lifespan. As such, Hanli slowly said, "Since you say this, then I must truly address you as senior." When the youth heard this, he glimpsed at Hanli and found that Hanli's words were not to his liking. He sneered and said, "Senior. After so many years of being cursed and lauded in the cultivation world, I didn't expect to remain as a bodiless ghost and renounce my opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation, all in order to take revenge on my 2 traitorous disciples. If you do not clearly explain your origins, then I will greatly damage my own origin chi to ensure you do not leave here alive." Although his voice was exceptionally calm, his words were heavy and chilling, leaving no room for doubt. Hanli bitterly smiled. After some doubt, he said, "Wouldn't it be too much of a loss for this junior if only senior got to ask the questions? Could senior also clear up a few of this one's doubts?" The youth was stunned for a moment before roaring with laughter. "Good, very good. I can agree to these conditions. But if you know too much, your life will be difficult to preserve." The youth made a grand display of arrogance. Senior doesn't need to worry about that. If this one hasn't guessed incorrectly, then senior's cultivation should be at late core formation at most. I'm honestly curious about whether or not I could endure." Hanli asked a probing question while carefully examining the youth's expression. The youth coldly laughed several times, but he didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, causing Hanli to inwardly curse, "Sly old bastard. Let's cut the rubbish. You said that you learned everything from a jade slip, but not my 2 traitorous disciples. Give it to me." The youth's voice was harsh and cold, carrying an overbearing tone. Hanli frowned. After some hesitation, he patted his storage pouch and flung a jade slip emitting gray chi towards the youth. The youth didn't directly catch the jade slip. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning a black python of black chi to catch it in its mouth and bring it before him. Without moving his limbs, his eyes flashed with blood-red radiance, and he emotionlessly gazed into the jade slip. A short moment later, he withdrew his peculiar gaze and lightly flicked his finger, shooting the jade slip back to Hanli with a whoosh. He then slowly said to Hanli, "Tell me where you received this object. The jade slip doesn't contain enough to disprove a relationship between you and my two traitorous disciples." Hanli faintly smiled and didn't answer, asking his own question instead. Since Senior's divine abilities are so great, then surely his reputation must have been equally great. Could Senior bestow his grand name to me? When Hanli avoided answering his question and asked his own, the youth was initially furious, and his appearance grew fierce. But soon after, he thought of something and coldly replied, "You should have heard of me before. The profound master of bones, Xiao Cha." Profound master of bones. Hanli couldn't recall having heard that name. However, he didn't pay this any mind and calmly said, "Since Senior believes this jade slip is insufficient to prove my identity, then my cultivation art should be enough. Senior should have seen that my cultivation art is completely different than what he passed down. Please take another look." Having said that, Hanli flourished his azure essence sword arts to its greatest extent and emitted a blinding azure light from his body. Soon after, Hanli flicked his fingers and shot out 8 azure essence sword streaks towards the walls, resulting in several bowl-thick holes. As for the origin of the jade slip, it is quite simple. Junior exterminated an evil cultivator and unexpectedly acquired it from his body. If Senior doesn't believe this, then there is nothing else to say. We can only fight. Hanli lightly patted his hands and spoke mildly. Xiao Cha stared at Hanli's azure light with an extremely gloomy expression. A long while later, his expression relaxed and he said, "Your cultivation art truly differs from my own profound Yin arts. It isn't even a devil Dao cultivation art. It is only natural for a divine ancestor such as I to see this. However, you have a fiend core avatar and happen to come across this place. It is proper for this old man to be careful. Still, this old man has another question for you. Apart from the jade slip, what else did you acquire from that corpse?" Hanli's expression stirred upon hearing this, and he faintly felt as if this long period of intimidation was all for this final moment. With that thought, Hanli didn't answer and instead calmly asked, "Since Senior has cultivated a profound soul body but was trapped here for so many years, there must be many restrictions and flaws to the profound soul demonification technique. For example, there is no way to travel underneath sunlight, and you find yourself vulnerable to a particular type of magic tool, humph. Do you believe I will actually tell you this?" The youth couldn't help but grow furious and abruptly interrupt him. Hanli calmly spoke with an indifferent expression, "Of course not. So does Senior really believe that Junior is going to tell him about something that Junior shouldn't know about?" When Xiao Cha heard those cold, mocking words, he was shocked, and his furious expression gradually faded away. Chapter 429, Ruined Map Reconstruction. Since you are unwilling to answer, then how about, the Master of Bones changed the topic as if wanting to change his question, but at that moment, clear ringing suddenly came from the old devil's body. The beautiful sounds left Hanli stunned. When the Master of Bones heard this, he was startled but revealed an expression of joyful disbelief. He no longer paid attention to Hanli and struck his own abdomen. With a tear, a white rib bone shot out from his body and flew once around him before landing in his palm. The clear rings were coming from this rib bone. Hanli blinked and revealed puzzlement. He was at a complete loss. With the rib bone in his hand, the old devil's smile grew even stronger. Crush. The old devil exerted force into his grip and turned the bone to dust. A white sphere of light floated from the dust, revealing a black cricket. It croaked without end inside the light sphere, but once it saw the Master of Bones, it stopped chirping and left the light sphere before entering his body. Xiao Cha broke into laughter and clutched the light sphere in his hand. The white light soon disappeared to reveal an embroidered cloth stained yellow from age. When Han Li saw this item, he was shocked. That embroidered cloth appeared rather familiar. Didn't it strongly resemble the same map fragment he acquired from the Black Fiend Sect Master one? Could it be they had some relation to one another? Han Li's mind stirred. He knew that this could be a clue to possibly unravel the mystery behind the map fragment. He couldn't help but observe his every movement with wide eyes. Unfortunately, after taking a quick look at it, Xiao Cha quickly stuffed the embroidered cloth into his robe. He then calmly gazed at Han Li and said, "Since you have no relation to my two traitorous disciples, I don't have any time to waste on you. I have an important matter to attend to, so let us part ways. I will give you a word of advice before I leave. If you stay here for too long, my sinful disciple might take notice and will rush over here." With that said, Xiao Cha ignored any response Han Li might have had and turned into a streak of bloodlight with a sneer, hastily flying past Han Li towards the entrance. Han Li was initially stunned but soon frowned. His body immediately turned into a blur of flourishing azure light, making a full circle around the main hall. After collecting his former comrades' storage pouches and magic treasures along with turning their corpses to ash, he hurriedly flew out of this place. It seemed the old devil held no interest in the storage pouches of core formation cultivators. Although he didn't know whether he looked upon the belongings of core formation cultivators with disdain or was merely being negligent due to a pressing matter, it proved to be a very convenient situation for Han Li. However, he couldn't help but think of the embroidered cloth. He was also afraid that if he was too slow in leaving, Xiao Cha might lay a trap at the exit which would prove greatly troublesome. But when Han Li thought of how Xiao Cha had seized control of his avatar, Crooked Soul, Han Li felt a painful fire burning in his heart. However, from his opponent's attack, Han Li felt that his odds of success weren't high, causing him to feel helpless. With that thought, Han Li flew to the surface. That old devil had long disappeared without a trace, leaving Han Li in awe of his amazing movement technique. But when Han Li saw that it was so peaceful and quiet all around him, he recalled how so many people had entered and only he managed to leave. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of cold loneliness in his heart. But as soon as those negative emotions appeared, they were thrown to the back of his mind. After all, the path of cultivation was long and arduous. Now was not the time to mourn. Han Li didn't dare to stay for much longer. Chapter 430. When Siua Han Li was startled by her yell and he couldn't help but look over and examine the woman. "You're a disciple of the Exquisite Sound sect?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. The young woman appeared to be about 20 years of age and had a face of soft jade with skin as fair as snow. Her flowery expression of pleasant surprise revealed a very sweet charm. Disciple Wen Siua pays her respect to Elder Han. This lovely young woman hastily flew to Han Li's side and respectfully gave him a bow. Her body wasn't lacking in neither grace, given her firm chest and ample bottom. In addition to the young woman's sweet voice, he could detect an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance from her. Han Li calmly sized her up and slowly asked, "How did you recognize me? Have I seen you before?" Han Li felt slightly puzzled as he was certain that this was the first time he had seen her. Although this is the first time Junior has paid her respects to Senior, the sect master hung several of Senior's portraits in the offerings hall. "I've seen them every time I passed by," the young woman respectfully said. Han Li was stunned and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't think that those three women from the Exquisite Sound sect would actually do something like this. This must be one of their method of disseminating the fact that he had become the Exquisite Sound sect's elder. Despite feeling slightly gloomy, his face didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, and he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man to the side, and spoke with a slight smile. "Brother Wen, I haven't seen you in so many years. It seems you're doing well." Ever since the middle-aged man saw Han Li, his face had appeared odd. Now, his expression had become even more complicated. When he looked at Han Li, his gaze seemed to contain both admiration and a feeling of self-inferiority. "I didn't expect that Senior Han would still recognize me. Although I've seen your portrait at the Exquisite Sound sect, I didn't dare to believe it given that so much time had passed. Congratulations on Senior's core formation." He spoke with slight bitterness. This middle-aged man was actually the youth Wen Chang that Han Li originally met at Stalwart Star Island. Although his appearance resembled that of his youth, his hair was now growing white, and his face showed signs of aging. It seemed he was on the verge of appearing elderly. "There is no need for Brother Wen to call me senior. After all, we were acquainted when we were still of the same generation." Han Li spoke with a smile. Han Li saw that Wen Chang was only at mid-foundation establishment and wouldn't have any hope of core formation. Han Li couldn't help but inwardly sigh upon seeing a youth at his prime had become so elderly. In truth, even if Wen Siyue didn't yell for him to stop, he would have done so anyways. With his outstanding memory, he would have recognized Wen Chang from a single glance despite not having met him many times. As he had originally given Han Li a good impression, it was only natural for Han Li to lend him aid in passing and not stand by and watch him die. After hearing Han Li, Wen Chang stated that he didn't dare to do so. Han Li could only follow suit. When the young woman heard the two chatting, her mouth slightly widened from alarm. Her soft, spirited eyes blinked several times, wanting to ask something. But she was interrupted when Han Li spoke with a cold voice towards the three enemies. "Where do you three think you're going? Did I say you could leave?" The three enemy cultivators were panic-stricken upon seeing a hostile core formation cultivator arrive. But after seeing that Han Li didn't seem to mind them and was happily chatting, they couldn't help but slowly fall back and test their luck. The three turned deathly white upon hearing Han Li. But shortly after his daughter Siyue was born, his wife died from a strange illness. Due to his deep love for his wife, he decided not to remarry and raised Wen Siyue by himself. Naturally, she had been brought in to be a disciple of the Exquisite Sound sect. Having heard this, Han Li inwardly sighed several times and bitterly laughed. In contrast, his own experiences were quite simple. Apart from cultivation, there was practically nothing for him to talk about. But in the end, Han Li asked the father-daughter pair why they were fighting at this remote place. In response, Wen Chang appeared furious while his daughter appeared sad. Han Li was greatly baffled by this. After some hesitation, Wen Chang slowly gave an explanation. When Wen Siyue grew to adulthood, she was to marry a young cultivator with limitless prospects and become his Dao companion. Unfortunately, the young cultivator perished in a fight against other cultivators shortly after they were wed. As such, the newly available and charming Wen Siyue attracted the eyes of many male cultivators in the sect. But as Wen Siyue was just recently widowed, she didn't wish to quickly remarry. As such, she turned down her many requests for pair cultivation. Consequently, she unconsciously offended a high ranker in the Exquisite Sound sect and was assigned to a dangerous and strenuous task. She had to retrieve a precious material from within the Poison Dragon Union's territory. With his daughter in such a dangerous situation, Wen Chang naturally couldn't stand idly by and instead accompanied his daughter on the journey. However, their secret tasks had been discovered by the Poison Dragon Union at an unknown time through unknown means. As a result, the father-daughter pair had been chased down by three Poison Dragon Union cultivators and were forced to fight with their lives on the line. If chance had not brought Han Li by them, they were certain to have met a horrible end. Upon hearing Wen Chang's indignant words, Han Li stroked his chin and remained silent for a long while. Wen Chang's words implied that he wanted Hanli to seek justice on their behalf. However, this was only one side of the story, and he wasn't willing to recklessly involve himself in the internal affairs of the exquisite sound sect over such a shallow friendship. After muttering to himself, Hanli slowly replied while Wen Chang watched expectantly, "Since Brother Wen is also an exquisite sound sect member, he should know I am a member only in name. I have never involved myself with the inner affairs of the sect. However, if this matter is as Brother Wen described and fellow Daoist Siyue has been greatly wronged, I will mention this matter to Fairy Violet Spirit the next time I see her. But if she doesn't do anything about this, I'm not quite sure what can be done." Having heard that Hanli was unwilling to personally take matters into his own hands, Wen Chang felt slightly disappointed. He also knew that his friendship with Hanli wasn't deep. Even saving him and his daughter could already be considered as cherishing their old friendship. He repeatedly expressed his thanks without any complaints and had Wen Siyue kowtow in respect to Hanli, but Hanli had refused with a smile. However, Hanli then asked with slight confusion, "Isn't fellow Daoist Siyue the personal disciple of the envoy of the right? Why don't you raise this matter to her?" When Siyue appeared even sadder and explained with a soft voice, "Senior Han doesn't know this, but this mission was assigned by a close relative of my master. My master had wished for us to become Dao companions, but my refusal caused her to become very angry." With that said, the woman wore a helpless expression, revealing an appearance of tragic beauty. Hanli couldn't help but stare for a moment before forcing himself to turn his head towards Wen Chang for fear of looking longer. He said, "I am here on an important matter and cannot journey together with you. I will be taking my leave." Hanli cupped his hands towards them. The pair naturally refrained from making any unpleasant requests for him to stay and hastily said words of thanks. Hanli then faintly smiled and shot through the sky as an azure streak of light. The father-daughter pair looked in the direction that the azure streak disappeared. After a long while, Wen Siyue spoke in an angry, cute voice, "Father, you never told me that you were actually old friends with our sect's elder Han. From your chat, you also seem to have met him before he entered core formation. Could you tell your daughter about it? Elder Han is actually quite a mystery to us." Near the end, her angry voice had turned to one of strong curiosity. Wen Chang sighed and lovingly said, "Your father and Senior Han had only met several times. We don't have a deep relationship. In addition, I had met him when our cultivations were quite low. When I suddenly saw him in the offerings hall, I was truly shocked, and felt restless several days later. For this person to actually enter core formation and become our sect elder, is a truly inconceivable affair." Wen Chang couldn't help but then recall the moment when Hanli recognized him. He then stopped talking and became absent-minded for a short time. When Siyue saw that her father was thinking of something and silently waited at his side. The father and daughter peacefully floated in the sky with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The nearby empty oceans suddenly flooded with activity. Every few days, cultivators hurriedly flew across this location high above with pleasant surprise. At this location, there was a huge palace floating in the sky without the slightest movement. The palace was about 400 meters tall and was crafted from flawless white jade. It was exquisitely beautiful and released sparkling twinkles of light. Surrounding it was a layer of dense golden light that encompassed about 4,000 meters in height. The cultivators that were traveling to it flew into the palace without any hesitation and easily passed through the barrier with a flash of white light. One day, a streak of azure light arrived below the palace and came to a sudden stop. The azure light faded away to reveal a youth with a common appearance, Hanli, who had followed the direction of his map. He looked at the embroidered cloth map with slight hesitation and glanced around, ensuring that nothing else was nearby. He had found nothing after looking down at the sea for a long time. Hanli's hesitation only grew stronger. With a sudden thought coming to mind, he abruptly raised his head. Upon seeing the exquisite jade palace floating among the clouds, Hanli gasped with surprise. He blankly stared at the palace for a long while before he recovered from his shock. He didn't immediately approach the palace hall, instead deciding to deliberate for a moment. But suddenly, his expression stirred and his body flashed with azure light, causing him to disappear without a trace. A short moment later, a scarlet cloud rushed over and stopped close to where Hanli had just been. The red cloud scattered to reveal a red-haired old man with an embroidered cloth in hand. He looked at the embroidered cloth in his hand and coldly examined his surroundings. When he turned his head to the sky and saw the palace, he couldn't help but reveal joy. Soon after, the red-haired old man flew up into the sky in a red cloud without a second thought. Then with a flash of white light, the old man passed through the gold light barrier. Hanli reappeared nearby shortly after. With a creased brow, his expression began incessantly shifting. In the following week, Hanli patiently concealed himself nearby and saw two other core formation cultivators enter the palace's light barrier. They also had an embroidered cloth map. One day, Hanli's patience had finally run dry, and he flew towards the golden barrier. With a flip of his hand, he took out his map and slowly poured spiritual power into it. The map then released a white spiritual light and wrapped Hanli within it. Taking a step forward, Hanli easily passed through the barrier as if nothing was there. After turning his head back toward the light barrier, Hanli flew towards the beautiful palace without any lingering hesitation. After flying closer to the palace, Hanli became aware of the huge, silver ancient characters that hung 40 meters above the entrance of the palace, Heaven Void Hole. Not only were these characters grand and imposing, but the stroke edges were extremely incisive. After only a quick glance, his eyes felt a faint, dull ache. He hastily lowered his head in fright, not daring to look any further. With gritted teeth, Hanli then carefully walked into the palace as he gazed into its depths. Hanli was amazed once he entered. He saw a straight, narrow passage made completely of translucent, fine jade. He couldn't see its end. It was 9 meters wide and 12 meters tall, causing those who walked through it to feel an uncomfortable mental pressure. Hanli frowned and released his spiritual sense after some thought, but his expression immediately revealed surprise as his spiritual sense met a wall in every direction and was forcibly bounced back. He couldn't even spread out his spiritual sense, let alone search the palace with it. Hanli's eyes flashed with spirited light, and he attentively examined a jade wall, discovering a flicker of faint sparkling light. He would have missed it had he not been paying close attention. It seemed this entire passage restricted those with great capabilities. Hanli then extended his finger and lightly stroked the fine jade. Although he couldn't recognize the exact type of restrictions, he knew they contained deep and immeasurable spiritual power, causing Hanli's heart to slightly tremble. He silently withdrew his finger and pondered for a moment with chin in hand before raising his head and deciding to walk forward. With narrowed eyes, Hanli calmly looked around the interior of the passage as he walked through. Since there were restrictions in place, he didn't have to be fearful that someone was concealed nearby and was about to ambush him, allowing him to continue on without fear. However, this ravine-like passage was truly long. He walked for the time it took to finish a meal, before finally reaching its end where an exit made of water-blue radiance appeared before his eyes. With roused spirits, Hanli hurriedly walked through it. Hanli's eyes shrunk and he instantly grew alarmed. The blue radiance revealed huge hall. The hall spanned 1,500 meters and was extremely imposing. Even if several thousand people were present, it wouldn't be crowded in the slightest. But even odder was that several tens of huge jade pillars were evenly distributed throughout the hall. Not only was the jade pillar several meters thick, but it was also exquisitely carved with all sorts of rare, strange beasts that some of which he had never seen before. Each one was vivid and lifelike, containing their own unique spiritual chi. At the very top of these pillars were several tens of cultivators, each wearing their own clothes and standing or sitting at their own volition. Apart from a few cultivators, each of them were monopolizing a single pillar. Furthermore, there was nobody loudly talking, they were all minding their own business. Han Li's arrival had lazily drawn the attention of a small portion of the cultivators. However, a few of them revealed shock upon seeing him. Han Li revealed a bitter smile as he had also recognized them. Chapter 432, Grandmaster Zenith Een. Among the people already in the hall was the bone sage that he had separated from recently. He was sitting cross-legged at a jade pillar in the corner of the hall, icily staring at him with unconcealed surprise. At another jade pillar was a woman staring at Han Li with surprise. She was the exquisite sound sex fairy Violet Spirit. An elegant man wearing an azure jacket with a composed appearance stood at her side. When the man saw that Fairy Violet Spirit's expression was slightly odd, he couldn't help but take measure of Han Li. Seeing that Han Li appeared youthful, his eyes coldly glinted, and he asked Fairy Violet Spirit a few questions. As a result, Fairy Violet Spirit gracefully smiled and whispered to the man as if she were explaining Han Li's identity. Han Li frowned and turned his eyes away from them. His gaze focused on another area where someone had gazed at Han Li with ill intent. Han Li was baffled to find an old man with a face of fury, looking towards him. Han Li was startled for a moment before recognizing him and feeling annoyed. That person was the Six United Palace's Elder Miao. Due to the matter of the infant carp beast, Elder Gu had wished to kill him. However, Han Li took advantage of the great damage to his origin chi and his wondrous formation spell restrictions to turn the tables and eliminate him. Many years had passed since this had occurred, but Elder Miao still recognized him. It seemed he felt rather deeply about Elder Gu's death. Han Li inwardly muttered to himself, but found he didn't particularly care about it anymore. After observing the rest of the hall, there were no other cultivators he recognized. Thus, after some slight hesitation, he casually found a jade pillar with no one on it and flew to its top. He sat cross-legged before sizing up a few of the other cultivators that he didn't recognize. Because Han I's spiritual sense was restricted, he wasn't able to make out the cultivation of others. He only knew that a majority of cultivators here were at core formation or higher, with foundation establishment cultivators in a small minority. There may even be a nascent soul eccentric or two among them. With that in mind, Han Li carefully examined the others while he sat on the pillar. Some time later, he had identified the two that were most likely to be nascent soul cultivators. One was a yellow-robed, thin-faced old Confucian scholar. He leisurely held his back with one hand while looking through a shabby jade slip with the other. He occasionally swayed his head with interest. He seemed incredibly bookish. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing spotless white clothes. She was surrounded with a bone-chilling aura, preventing any strangers from approaching her. At the moment, the icy beauty was expressionlessly cleaning her jet-black longsword. She appeared extremely proud. Ever since Han Li had entered the hall, he hadn't seen her look in any other direction. Although the other cultivators also appeared calm and indifferent, their easy mannerisms seemed somewhat forced when compared to those two. In addition, a large portion of the cultivators in the hall gazed at these two with a trace of respect that was absent when they looked at other cultivators. It was this slight difference that made Han Li certain that these two were nascent soul experts. Originally, Han Li understood that apart from those two, there were certain to be other extraordinary individuals that couldn't be underestimated. A most obvious example would be the Bone Sage. Although the old devil's cultivation was only at late core formation, he was far superior to other late core formation cultivators in a fight, second only to true nascent soul cultivators. Who could possibly know what other hidden tigers lay in wait amongst the group? Han Li inwardly muttered to himself for a moment, having seemingly forgotten that he himself could dispatch similar grade cultivators without much effort. In any case, Hanli grew increasingly cautious after his musings and would occasionally ponder the true strength of those gathered here. This probably wasn't going to end up being a boring meeting of cultivators. After all, the mystery displayed in the embroidered cloth map fragment and the floating heaven-void hall had even attracted a few nascent soul cultivators. This guaranteed that something extraordinary was about to occur. Unfortunately, he was completely ignorant of the details. Otherwise, he would be planning his future actions, thereby reducing his exposure to danger and limiting any disadvantages he might suffer from sudden surprises. With the situation being what it was, Hanli could only act in accordance to how events played out. As Hanli was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a sound transmission from the Bone Sage. "Youngster, I didn't expect you'd also have a Heaven Void map fragment. How about we cooperate in this treasure hunt?" Treasure hunt. Upon hearing those two words, Hanli's heart glowed with joy, knowing that it was correct for him to come. With an unchanged expression, he calmly replied, "How does Senior intend to cooperate with me? Please give me an explanation." The Bone Sage's expression brightened after hearing that Hanli hadn't refused. Just as he was thinking about what to say, two people swaggered into the hall. When Hanli and the Bone Sage saw the two, their expressions greatly changed. While Hanli's expression had only slightly paled, the Master of Bone's face completely distorted with his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty craze. Fortunately, his mind was quick and this expression only lasted for an instant before his calm expression reappeared. The two that entered hadn't taken notice of the Bone Sage's abnormality. However, Hanli inwardly grumbled upon seeing the two, as one of them was Zenith Een Island's young island lord Wu Cho. Although Hanli was unfamiliar with the pale-faced, slender-eyed middle-aged cultivator by his side, he had a faint guess about who he was and couldn't help but feel regret for having come here. At that moment, the middle-aged man brought Wu Cho into the hall and coldly swept his gaze in every direction. Soon, his gaze fell upon a cultivator with a sallow face, and he coldly laughed. The sallow-faced cultivator paled, and his body slightly trembled. But after some quick thought, he immediately stood straight. "Good, very good." After finishing his chilling laughter, his eyes coldly glinted and fell upon Hanli. When his gaze fell upon Hanli, he felt as if a viper was staring at him and felt his hair stand on end. Despite his calm appearance, his heart was in great disarray. Hanli immediately felt amazement. The middle-aged man unexpectedly revealed a trace of unconcealed pleasant surprise upon seeing him. Although his expression soon became calm once more, Hanli was able to clearly see it. This caused Hanli to be at a loss with doubts pouring into his mind. Not only was this person's cultivation deep, but his wits far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. What else could have forced the Bone Sage to tread the Tao of a demon ghost and abandon his path to reincarnation? The Bone Sage clearly hated not being able to grind his traitorous disciples' bones and scatter their ashes. However, regardless of the resentment between the old devil's Bone Sage and Zenith Yin's gaze towards Hanli was far from friendly. Although it can't be said that he had no chance of escaping from a nascent soul cultivator, in a true confrontation the possibility was pathetically small. After all, there was too great of a difference between early core formation and the nascent soul stage. Even if his magic treasure and gold-devouring beetles were even more powerful, he would still be slaughtered without much effort on their part. After some consideration, Hanli eventually responded to the Bone Sage, "Give me an explanation of that item you mentioned. Does it have anything to do with what you said about becoming a nascent soul cultivator?" "Of course. So long as you are willing to join hands with me, I will unquestionably divulge a few things to you." The Bone Sage was slightly delighted and stealthily replied. Hanli didn't immediately respond and bluntly closed his eyes, pretending to refine qi. The item is called 9-Curl Spirit Ginseng. It is an item of transformed heaven-earth spiritual qi. Although its main body is a spiritual herb, its pure spiritual nature causes it to transform into an animal or insect, allowing it to move about on their own. It is quite good at hiding. Many years ago, I saw this item in the heaven void hole. At the time, my cultivation was far too low, and I didn't have any appropriate magic tools on hand. As such, I was forced to let it go. The second time I came here, I was at the nascent soul stage and no longer needed to waste the effort to acquire it. But it should prove quite useful to you. The bone sage spoke as if he had been unwilling to let it go. 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng. Han Li took a cold breath. Han Li had long known of this legendary immortal herb. Although Han Li had often seen this herb mentioned in ancient medicine herb records, he believed this item had appeared in the mortal world during times of antiquity. Could this item actually exist in Heaven Void Hole? Nevertheless, discovering 1 or 2 stalks of such an immortal herb wasn't impossible. However, this was that first time that he heard the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng was useful in condensing a nascent soul. The records had always been vague about its specific uses and hardly mentioned them. Could this old devil have lied to me so that I would cooperate with him? Han Li suspected. Perhaps having guessed Han Li's doubt, the bone sage continued, "Be at ease. When we break through the barrier, I will first help you acquire this item at the second pass. Then after we eliminate my traitorous disciple, I will give you a secret recipe. So long as you create the medicine pill in accordance to its instructions, it will greatly increase your odds of condensing a nascent soul. However, I've also come to Heaven Void Hall in search of useful cultivation materials. When the time comes, you will have to lend me your assistance so that I might prove more successful." The bone sage took the initiative to eliminate Han Li's doubts and raised a condition that answered a majority of Han Li's suspicions. "Fine. If you're truly certain about being able to kill Zenithine, I might lend my assistance." Han Li eventually agreed to forming a temporary alliance with the bone sage. In truth, this alliance was quite weak, and it was quite difficult to say how long it would last. Perhaps it would even fracture immediately after Grandmaster Zenithine had been killed. Han Li inwardly let out a long sigh. From the old devil's tone, this actually wasn't his first time here. Having an experienced ally was far better than fumbling around on his own. At the very least, he could learn a bit about the basics of Heaven Void Hall and unquestionably trust the bone sage's desire to kill Grandmaster Zenithine. With that, Han Li and the bone sage came to an agreement, and Han Li started to make some indirect inquiries about the Heaven Void Hole. After having a long, stealthy chat with the bone sage, Han Li's expression became unsightly. It seemed that opportunity and danger walked hand in hand. This trip to the Heaven Void Hall in particular would prove to be extremely dangerous. He couldn't help but sigh. Soon after, his mind drifted and he began to refine qi in meditation. Inside the hall, Han Li didn't need to worry about any sudden attacks. From his earlier tests, apart from some floating techniques and other such minor magic techniques, any other techniques couldn't be cast. Any magic power used past a certain point would dissolve. Even the magic treasures contained in one's body would be like a dead, magicless object. These restrictions were amazing. In the following week, the cultivators in the hall grew more and more numerous, eventually gathering over 100 people. The jade pillars had long been filled by other cultivators. Those that came later could only find a spot to sit on the floor and rest there for the time being. Chapter 434. Gathering fewer and fewer cultivators arrived until many days later when the gradual flow ceased. However, Grandmaster Zenithine and the old Confucian scholar were sitting in silence with solemn expressions. They would occasionally sweep their gaze across the room as if they were waiting for something. Could they be waiting for Manhuzi? Han Li naturally noticed this and was very curious. As such, he also kept an eye out. When afternoon arrived, footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the hall. With several flashes of blue radiance, two people walked into the hall one at a time. One of them was an old Taoist with a reddish complexion, and the other was an old man dressed as a farmer with a bitter expression on his thin, dark face. After these two appeared, the cultivators in the hall became restless. A majority of people looked at the two with a trace of respect. It seemed these two were quite famous. Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the old Confucian scholar looked at them with ill intent. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's expression was particularly harsh. The two newly arrived experts returned the other party's hostile gazes upon seeing them. The old Taoist snorted and said, "Old devil Zenith Yin. You've arrived quite early. It seems you of the devil Tao are quite determined to come out on top during this heaven void hole." Tian Wuzi 1. It isn't that this grandmaster arrived early, but you hypocrites arrived far too late. As I was of the opinion that your map fragment's information was false, I wasn't expecting you to arrive. This also good. This grandmaster now has the opportunity to surpass you. Grandmaster Zenith Yin responded with a sinister expression. Who is it that you think you're going to surpass, Zenith Yin? Please, enlighten us. Without waiting for the old Taoist to strike back, another voice resounded throughout the hall. When Zenith Yin and the old Confucian scholar heard the new voice, their expressions greatly changed. The taciturn beautiful woman suddenly raised her head and coldly spoke while staring at the hall's entrance. "Wan Tianming too, you've arrived. It seems Lady Wen has also arrived. Why does my appearance surprise you?" After this was said, a blur shot in from the outside and revealed a middle-aged man with a violet robe and jade belt. This person had a squarish face and a large brow with white shiny teeth. He indifferently glanced at the beautiful woman before turning his gaze towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin. His very presence exuded an imposing aura. Grandmaster Zenith Yin shut his lips with an eerie expression and remained silent in response to this man's blunt gaze. This greatly shocked Han Li. He couldn't help but closely examine the new arrivals. Han Li bewilderedly guessed that since an early nascent soul cultivator such as Grandmaster Zenith Yin was somewhat fearful of them, this person must be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. From what he saw, the three new arrivals should be cultivators of the scattered star sea's righteous Tao. As for Zenith Yin and the others, they should be of the devilish Tao. The earlier restlessness of the hall had been immediately quelled by the middle-aged man's arrival. Only the faint whispering of "Sect Master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment" could be heard. Obviously, the middle-aged man seemed to have a higher status when compared to the other two. "Wan Tianming, was my sword attendant injured by one of your disciples?" The beautiful woman surnamed Wen asked this question without restraint, as if fearless of this person. "That is obviously untrue. It was just that my sect's disciples saw that your sword attendant's cultivation was quite good and they merely wanted to swap pointers. Could it be that Lady Wen wishes for a violent escalation of hostilities over such a small matter?" Wan Tianming's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an indifferent expression. "Swapping pointers. My sword attendant is only at early foundation establishment." He softly spoke to the old Taoist and the old farmer before the three flew up toward a jade pillar. Afterwards, the old Taoist spoke to the old core formation cultivator on the pillar with a smile. The core formation cultivator then vacated the pillar as if he had received a great favor and moved to a different place. When the eccentric saw this, his face held a trace of mockery. After raising his head and looking around, his body suddenly blurred before reappearing on a jade pillar. As chance would have it, the jade pillar happened to be Han Li's. When Han Li saw this, his expression turned to shock. "Get lost. This place is mine." Just as the eccentric appeared on the pillar, he icily spoke to Han Li with a cold stare. Han Li's expression abruptly turned unsightly, and he involuntarily clenched his sleeved fists with force. He stayed silent, thinking of forcefully staying a moment. But he soon jumped off the jade pillar, followed by the wild laughter of the eccentric. Han Li's face was covered in an icy frost. Although it was extremely embarrassing, he could only endure it for the time being. After all, the hall's restrictions may be able to prevent cultivators from acting, but he wasn't sure whether or not these restrictions had as large of an influence on a nascent soul cultivator. He didn't wish to put his life at risk by allowing himself to be overwhelmed with emotion. Suppressing a bellyful of grievances, he found a clean spot on the floor and sat down. The old Confucian scholar asked the eccentric with a beaming smile, "Brother Man arrived quite late. I had believed that Brother Man had changed his mind. Did you not intend to come? How could that be possible? I had come to the Heaven Void Hall in hopes of refining life-lengthening pills. It was just that a few matters along the way had delayed me." As for Wan Tianming's arrival, I was quite amazed. Could it be that he knew that the life-extending fruit had ripened and also wanted to pick a few of them? The eccentric stroked his yellow beard and spoke with slight doubt. "I'm not sure. However, there are countless other exceptional treasures in the Heaven Void Hole. Who knows what he came here for?" The old Confucian scholar spoke with doubt. Grandmaster Zenith Yin seemed to have thought of something and worryingly said, "Wan Tianming is among the top leading figures of the righteous Tao. Does he intend to strive for the Heaven Void Cauldron?" Heaven Void Cauldron? That's impossible. If that item were so easily obtained, it would have long been taken away by other cultivators before they ever got the chance. Without waiting for Manhuzi IV to reply, the old Confucian scholar shook his head like a rattle drum. Han Li agreed, as the main character of the story had only just arrived, so how could the MacGuffin have already been taken? 1. The Wuzi in his name can mean enlightened one. 2. Quite suitably, his name Tianming means dawn or daybreak. 3. His title, Six Paths, references the six paths of reincarnation. 4. His name Manhuzi could translate to rough, barbaric, tyrannical beard. Chapter 435, The Heaven Void Cauldron and the Heaven Mend Pill, that might not be certain. I heard that the disciples of the myriad gates of enlightenment have spent the past few years searching for gold thread silkwords. But information regarding their search suddenly stopped, possibly from having found them. With the assistance of these exotic insects, it is quite possible for the master of the myriad gates of enlightenment to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. Grandmaster Zenith Yin frowned and unconsciously looked at Wan Tianming and the others with great worry. The three righteous Tao nascent soul cultivators were currently sitting down cross-legged on a single pillar as if they had no intention of speaking. Humph. Not only is it possible that Wan Tianming possesses gold thread silkworms, I've heard that you, Zenith Yin, have acquired 2 mutant fire serpents from Leaf Fire Island. Your ambitions for this trip are also quite large. Manhuzi shot Grandmaster Zenith Yin a glance and spoke without restraint. He appeared somewhat disdainful of Grandmaster Zenith Yin's stealthy actions. When Grandmaster Zenith Yin heard this, his expression abruptly changed several times before he recovered his calm. However, he was profusely cursing in his heart. There was no question that his own confidants had divulged this information since it had been heard by Manhuzi. It seems that in addition to acquiring the life-prolonging fruit, Manhuzi wished to keep watch on Grandmaster Zenith Yin's actions along the way. Despite feeling annoyed, Grandmaster Zenith Yin spoke with a blank face. "It seems my ineptitude has attracted your ridicule. I have truly acquired 2 mutant fire serpents, but their skills are shallow. As their odds of success are low, I require Brother Man's and Brother Qing's assistance." The old Confucian scholar's heart stirred and he hesitantly asked, "Assist you? Do we get any benefits?" When Grandmaster Zenith Yin heard this, he revealed a slight smile, choosing to continue with voice transmission rather than speaking. According to the information left behind by the Heaven Void Hall's master, there are several top-grade desolate antiquities left behind from ancient times. Their power should undoubtedly be unmatched. Apart from the Heaven Void Cauldron and the Heaven Mend Pill, how about we evenly split the other items? The old Confucian scholar's face flashed with greed, but after some consideration, he took a look at Manhuzi before replying with a voice transmission, I have no problem with this, but it will depend on Brother Man. After all, without Brother Man to pin down Wan Tianming, I wouldn't be able to brave the risk. Grandmaster Zenith Yin wasn't surprised to hear this. He knew that this old Confucian by the name of Layman Qing Yi Wan was truly an old schemer. If he didn't draw in Manhuzi, this matter would have no chance of success. Thus, Grandmaster Zenith Yin turned his head to Manhuzi, passed on his conditions to Manhuzi with a voice transmission, Brother Man, what do you think of my proposal? Are you interested in cooperating? After all, Brother Man should clearly understand that I have no need for the Heaven Mend Pill. It serves no other purpose I can think of apart from making up for the deficiency of 5 elements spiritual roots. Perhaps if Brother Man takes it, his cultivation will greatly progress and he'll be able to break through the limits of his lifespan. Grandmaster Zenith Yin seemed not to mind the unsightly expression he had just shown and spoke excitedly. Humph. From your plan to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron with 2 fire serpents, I see that your mind is muddled. An unknown number of nascent cultivators have already scoured these halls, but they all returned with disappointment. Do you believe that your plan is so likely to be successful that is it worth braving these great dangers? The danger of the inner halls is far greater than the outer halls. But why has fellow Taoist Violet Spirit come to this place? This place is truly dangerous. After all, even core formation cultivators would find it difficult to survive in the Heaven Void Hall. Although Hanli had only an inkling of knowledge about the Heaven Void Halls, he understood the severity of the dangers that lay within. After hearing Han Li's question, Fairy Violet Spirit's beautiful face revealed a trace of bitterness. With a helpless tone, she said, this woman also didn't wish to come here. But as you see, I am currently in false core stage, and I want to attempt core formation as soon as possible. However, my own aptitude is poor. The supplementary medicine pills I was able to gather together are pathetically few. In fact, I had to pay a great price to purchase a Heaven Void map fragment from someone else, so I could come here to test my luck. After all, I've heard that spiritual medicines are abundant in the Heaven Void Hall. Perhaps the heavens would watch over me and have me run across some spiritual medicines that hold great effects towards core formation. Besides, I've already made up my mind to only attempt this first trial. I will not attempt to go through with the second. Fairy Violet Spirit's expression then grew dim, appearing to be in low spirits. Hanli inwardly sighed and grew silent. Had he not practiced the 3 Essence Revolutions technique and the Great Development technique and possessed so many medicine pills that forcefully raised his odds of core formation, he suspected his own chances at core formation would have been even lower than Fairy Violet Spirit's. With that thought, Hanli developed a feeling of empathy towards this fellow sufferer. After some further thought, his Heaven Lightning Bamboo had come from her despite the conditions, and her exquisite sound sect does send him a certain amount of spirit stones every year. Although it wasn't much, he does owe her a favor. It would be best to take advantage of this situation to repay it. With that in mind, Han Li's expression relaxed, and he said with an indifferent tone, since I can travel together with fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, I can afford to offer some care. However, if I were to truly run into a helpless situation, Fairy Violet Spirit had best come up with her own plans for escape. Many thanks to Elder Han. Violet Spirit naturally understands how things stand. I definitely won't slow down, Elder Han. Upon seeing Han Li agree, Fairy Violet Spirit's soft beauty flourished and her eyes became radiant, stunning Han Li. Soon after, Han Li realized he had lost his self-control and hurriedly turned his head away. With a hot face, he didn't dare to further look at her. As a result, the entire group perished save for one. Ghost King. Han Li stroked his chin and revealed slight surprise. Although he didn't fully understand the cultivation differences amongst ghosts, he knew that Ghost King ranked malicious spirits were equivalent to late core formation cultivators. The addition of its intelligence only made this enemy even more troublesome. Seeing that Han Li was still wearing a contemplative expression, Gu Li continued, although there isn't a large chance of encountering this Ghost King, it would be safer to travel together. I may be old, but I still do not wish to fall here and join the ghost fog as a malicious spirit. This old man was quite blunt. When Fairy Violet's spirit heard this, she stayed silent. As she was very intelligent, she understood that he did not raise the proposal of cooperation because she was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He was directing the offer to Han Li. As such, after her interjection, she obediently stood by Han Li's side without another word. Han Li smiled at the old man. He didn't immediately answer him and instead turned his gaze towards the black-robed man, calmly asking him, "Fellow Daoist Gu isn't going to ask that, brother? Is he not willing to cooperate?" When Han Li mentioned the black-robed man, Gu Li's face immediately became unsightly. But after a moment of hesitation, he resentfully snorted, "Humph. Don't talk about that devilish Daoist. When I finish my teleportation, I amiably raised the topic of cooperation with him only to be told to get lost. If this old man's temperament wasn't kindly, I definitely wouldn't have left him be." The old man revealed great anger after he said this. Han Li remained silent and felt some interest towards this black-robed man. He turned his head towards the Devil Dao cultivator and shouted, "Is fellow Daoist interested in collaborating towards a common goal? If we join hands, we may stand a chance against the Ghost King rank demon if we were to encounter it." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard with full clarity. But after hearing him, he merely glanced at them with a cold expression before indifferently turning his head away, ignoring Han Li's suggestion. "Fellow Daoist Han, I didn't speak wrongly. That person doesn't know what's good for him. Let us three set off." The old man coldly snorted towards the black-robed man. It seemed he was quite insulted by the previous rejection and had taken it to heart. Han Li faintly smiled, but before he could say something, Fairy Violet's spirit shouted out in surprise. Han Li followed her gaze and saw the black-robed man step towards the ghost fog as if wanting to challenge the trial alone. Han Li and the other two looked on in amazement. But soon after, Gu Li sneered disdainful, "This person truly wishes to bring about his own destruction. Daring to charge through the ghost fog will most likely be met with failure." Since there would be no difference if he walked at the very back, he may as well walk at the front and get a better grasp of any incoming danger. As for the lightning, it was merely a result of using the bamboo cloud's warm sword's chi to protect his body. By using the protective sword barrier divine ability of his Azure Essence sword arts, he was able to draw on his flying sword's might without releasing his magic treasures. This was a technique Han Li had only recently comprehended. With the gold lightning bamboo's devilbane properties, this ghost fog posed no threat. Of course, Han Li didn't display the entire might of the gold lightning bamboo, resulting in the arcs of lightning being of faint white. As a result, he need not fear others recognizing the gold lightning bamboo. In addition, he had also released his immensely powerful spiritual sense since he had entered the ghost fog to warn him of any lurking dangers from ghosts. After all, they couldn't see through the dense ghost fog with only their eyes. However, the tracks of the black-robed man were exceptionally easy to follow. He left behind a 3-meter-wide trail of far thinner fog. It was so obvious, they could follow after it with their eyesight alone. While it was unknown whether this was caused by the black-robed man's technique or the weeping soul beast, Han Li didn't care in the slightest. He just didn't feel like thinking about it. The more ferocious this weeping soul beast was, the more beneficial it was for them while following after it. As he expressionlessly watched his surroundings, he took careful steps forward due to the exceptionally bumpy terrain. He also felt a dampness at his feet as if the air was extremely humid. Thus, they continued walking for an unknown amount of time without encountering any mishaps. But as they unwittingly followed after the black-robed man in the ghost fog, the color of the ghost fog gradually turned black. As this went on, Han Li's expression gradually became gloomier before he started to frown. With a large crack, Han Li suddenly stopped and lowered his head. Fairy Violet's spirit and the old man curiously walked forward to see what had happened. Han Li narrowed his eyes, but his expression soon returned to normal. He had merely stepped on a pile of bones. The bones were wearing clothing that was surrounded in a layer of azure light, appearing quite unordinary. At its side, there were shattered fragments of a sword. From its incisive luster, it seemed as if it still possessed a spiritual nature. It was a cultivator that had fallen here. A flicker of emotion shined from Han Li's eyes as he shook his head. With the magic treasure fragments still holding spirits so many years after their death, this cultivator must have had an impressive cultivation. But this person's body being left unattended after death was truly vastly different than the grandeur they had held during life. It was truly pitiful. If those who tread the path of immortality aren't careful, they would be eternally doomed to a miserable end. He was only an early core formation cultivator, yet he still appeared so calm in such a dangerous area. How truly unexpected. However, this had also greatly calmed her heart as she felt that Han Li could be relied upon. Han Li's question had startled her for a moment before she obediently replied, "The Heaven Void Hall has existed in the scattered star seas for countless years. It is only known to open every 300 years. It will randomly descend at some remote, deserted location in the scattered star seas and is filled with many treasures. Regardless of whether it be spirit medicines, cultivation techniques, or ancient treasures, all can be found here as a result of cultivators from the desolate era building this mysterious hall for unknown reasons. Thus, whenever the hall is opened, many high-grade cultivators would come here in search of treasures. However, the Heaven Void Hall's mechanisms are densely layered in formation spells. As one grows closer to the core of the inner halls, the more treasures one encounters, but the greater the danger. It is said that the items in the inner hall are the Heaven Void Hall's true treasures. However, to come across them, one must pass through 3 great trials. Otherwise, there will be no chance of arriving there. Apart from nascent soul cultivators, only a small number of fortunate cultivators are able to pass through without injury. As a result, the inner halls have become a great mystery towards ordinary cultivators. As Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with her beautiful voice, she carefully watched Han Li's expression. However, she was slightly disappointed to see that Han Li's expression didn't change, causing her to feel that Han Li was somewhat unfathomable. While the Heaven Void Hall has many treasures, shouldn't there be fewer with each opening? Han Li indifferently asked. That is quite unclear, but the Heaven Void Hall is open for only a finite time. Each of its treasures conceal countless secrets. Not a single treasure is a simple item, and their numbers remain many. It is said that anyone that acquires 1 or 2 treasures from here are considered quite fortunate. Normally, cultivators end up only picking a few common spiritual herbs. It depends quite a bit on one's own luck. If there were not the case, the inner halls would have long been swept clean by nascent soul cultivators. Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with uncertainty. Han Li nodded with a stirred expression and remained silent. He slightly hastened his steps. The two continued to follow the black-robed man's trail. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, nothing strange had occurred. Fairy Violet's spirit had somewhat relaxed as a result. She had come to think that these malicious spirits had traveled a different path than their own, resulting in a lack of encounters. As these thoughts bloomed in Fairy Violet's spirit's mind, Han Li frowned, and he came to an abrupt stop. Fairy Violet's spirit was suddenly alarmed and also stood still. Chapter 440, Ghost King, 2, Ghostly Soul Snare. Fairy Violet's spirit instantly recognized the ghost technique she was suffering from. This magic technique was innate to high-grade demon ghosts and was used to attack weaker enemies. Enemies of lower cultivation would have their blood run rampant, and they would madly dance about without any control of their limbs. What a fearsome damaging ghost technique. When she had originally heard the sound, she had regarded it as a common ghost's howl and was now paying the price. Fairy Violet's spirit felt terrified upon seeing her body wildly flitter towards the ghost's sobs. Tai! At that moment, she heard a man's voice. Although the voice wasn't loud, she felt her heart and soul tremble, causing her to collapse onto the floor with weakened legs. She soon discovered with delight that she had regained control of her body. Her heart relaxed and she looked in front of her with a grateful expression where Hanli, the source of the voice, stood. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit. Use your cultivation to guard your mind. You were careless, but you cannot allow the ghost whale to take advantage of your distraction. The woman heard Han Li's calm voice in her ear. Yes, Fairy Violet's spirit blushed and softly replied. She then stood from the floor with slight embarrassment and walked towards Hanli with a guarded mind. When she arrived behind Hanli, she unexpectedly discovered that Hanli stood motionlessly in place and was staring forwards. She followed Hanli's gaze to witness a scene that tensed her heart. In the ghost mist not far away, a thick black fog roiled without end. Flashes of red and green light would occasionally shine through along with sounds of muffled explosions along with the ghost sobs that had embarrassed her. Within the black fog, the black-robed devilish cultivator was controlling a strange, fire-red hammer that spouted out countless blue flames. The flames were currently fighting against an indistinct ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadow was surrounded in fog and was controlling a thumb-sized green pearl that released a pitch-black, profound chi. The black-robed man was trapped within the green pearl's black chi and appeared to be at a great disadvantage. As for the weeping soul beast that was capable of consuming souls and beasts, it was tangling with two ghostly silhouettes covered in green fur. Apart from their pointed heads and the several-inch-long white bone prongs held in each of their hands, they appeared exactly the same as ordinary green-furred Jiangshi, 1. The Chinese hybrid of a vampire and a zombie. It was normally described to move by hopping. At that moment, their white bone prongs spouted out a stream of green flame wisps towards the weeping soul beast. In response, the weeping soul beast spurted out a yellow glowing light from its nose that violently collided with the flame wisps. After being wrapped by its glow, the wisps of flame were completely absorbed into its nose. At first glance, the weeping soul beast had the advantage because the green-furred monsters were merely attacking from a distance with the flame wisps and they didn't dare to approach the beast as if they were fearful of its yellow glowing light. But in reality, the weeping soul beast was being tied down by the monsters and was unable to assist the black-robed man. Night Fiend Ghosts. Upon seeing the two green-furred monsters, Fairy Violet's spirit took a breath of cold air. Han Li's heart stirred. Without turning his head around, he asked, "What? Does fellow Taoist Violet Spirit recognize what those are?" It should be correct. Although this is the first time I've seen them, they appear exactly the same as described. They are a particularly rare type of Jiangshi that are able to travel underneath the sun. It is no wonder they dare to brave the weeping ghost beast's power. As they have physical bodies, they are able to suppress the beast so long as they distance themselves from the weeping soul beast's soul-absorbing light. After all, the weeping soul beast seems lacking in skills. It probably doesn't have anything apart from its soul-absorbing light. After Han Li heard this, his face displayed no abnormalities, but he let out a long mental sigh. This woman's cultivation wasn't high, but her knowledge was far greater than that of a rogue cultivator like himself. Despite having read through many records during his days at Yellow Maple Valley, he didn't possess the qualifications to read through the truly valuable secret information as his cultivation was too low. As for when he arrived in the scattered star seas, he had purchased many records but the information hadn't filtered or organized by a sect. If the records weren't duplicates, then they missed a great amount of information. He normally wouldn't look at them. But during this crucial moment, his own knowledge was shown to be lacking. If he made it out of here alive, it seemed he would have to pay a visit to the Exquisite Sound sect and look through their records. It was unlikely they would reject an elder of their own sect. As Hanley thought this, a change had occurred. The blue flames of the fire-red hammer had been completely enveloped by the black chi of the ghost shadow's green pearl. Seeing that his own flames had been extinguished, the black-robed man revealed furious alarm in the face of imminent crisis. He had believed that by relying on the might of the weeping soul beast that he'd able to easily charge through this first trial, the vengeful ghost haunt. As a result, he had refused the other's invitations. But he hadn't expected to come across a profound malicious spirit with such skill and had comprehended all sorts of attrition techniques. It had even taken advantage of a moment of carelessness to separate him from his weeping soul beast, leaving him in a dangerous position. Unfortunately, apart from being able to refine a weeping soul beast and comprehending a few peculiar techniques, the disciples of his sect possessed no outstanding abilities for confronting enemies. He could only stare on helplessly as he watched the splendor and might of his devil fire hammer weaken along with his will. Once he thought of the fearful consequences of falling in this place, the black-robed man's heart grew ice-cold, and he became stricken with panic. At that moment, Hanley hurriedly approached as if he were going to seize this opportunity to save the black-robed man's life. However, the proud black-robed man's delight soon turned into an anger so intense that he could spit out blood. When Hanley saw that he would also be placed in a dangerous situation, he didn't have any intention of helping. Instead, he watched their battle from a distance with great indifference. The black-robed man couldn't help but grind his teeth from the deep hatred he felt towards Hanley during that moment. Soon after, Fairy Violet's spirit had rushed over. As she watched the black-robed man bitterly fight against the ghost demon, Fairy Violet's spirit was flabbergasted as to why Hanley wasn't assisting him. Could it be because of the black-robed man's earlier attitude that he deliberately wanted to watch him die? Since she felt that Hanley wasn't such a short-sighted man, she became increasingly puzzled. Because Hanley had just saved her life, she found it improper to voice any of her suspicions and could only silently watch the black-robed man fight the ghost shadow. But at that moment, the black-robed man was unable to further endure. His flying hammer was engulfed in the yin chi, completely extinguishing its devil flame and leaving it firmly trapped in midair. The black ghost shadow shrieked and transformed into a black streak of light before shooting towards the black-robed man's heart. Although the devilish cultivator's expression were hidden by his clothes, it appeared as if he was standing still and waiting for his death with eyes closed. The black-robed man clearly understood that although his body's exterior was protected by defensive magic techniques, it would prove to be little more than paper to the malicious soul. His hammer could block it, but it had already been seized by the enemy, and his remaining protections could be easily broken though. Now, all he could do was wait for his death. During this time of crisis, Hanley, who had been indifferently watching from the side, suddenly acted without the slightest warning. With a wave of his hand, 5 streaks of slender azure sword chi shot out, arriving at the black shadow's vitals in the blink of an eye. If the black shadow were to ignore them and solely focus on killing the black-robed man, it would succeed. But in turn, its crystal core had a high likelihood of being shattered by the streaks of sword chi. The black shadow naturally didn't follow through with such a disadvantageous action. Its body blurred several times before returning to its original location. Its eyes stared at Hanley with an intense green radiance without the slightest glimmer of emotion. Hanley's eyes flickered with a strange light upon seeing this. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small, exquisite spirit beast pouch. He didn't immediately release the pouch. With his other hand, he shot over 10 azure lights towards the 2 green-furred night fiends. The 2 ghosts had quick reflexes. Having seen that Hanli launched a surprise attack at them, their bodies blurred several times, fading away into 2 wisps of smoke. A short moment later, they reappeared at the ghost shadow side. They vengefully bared their fangs at Hanli, revealing their mouths full of sharp, black and yellow teeth. Taking advantage of the ghost shadow's shift in attention, the black-robed cultivator gambled the entirety of his magic power to seize back control of his magic treasure. In the next instant, he felt great delight and had it fly back towards him in a streak of red light. At that moment, Han Li's face froze and he loudly shouted, "Careful! There are other ghosts." The black-robed man was startled. In that very moment, a nearly incorporeal gray silhouette shot out from the other side of the ghost mist, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with fear. It was too late for him to dodge. Chapter 441, Ghost King 3. When the gray silhouette was about to pierce through the black-robed man's body, a brilliant white radiance flashed between them. The gray shadow quickly withdrew with a shout as if it were greatly afraid of the white light. The black-robed man whose life was spared remained stunned for a short moment before feeling delighted surprise. He instantly turned his gaze towards a flashing red light that appeared by Han Li's side. Han Li looked at the black-robed man with amazement. He had clearly seen a white light flicker like the blur of a huge diving bird, scaring off the gray shadow. Han Li was quite curious about it. The black-robed man still appeared unsightly. As he had just narrowly escaped death, he still felt great lingering fear. He felt great regret at having ignored the words of others and so rashly came to the heaven void hole. But when he thought of the white light that had just saved him, he seemed to have thought of something and hastily reached into his robes, taking out a copper mirror stained from age. Han Li glanced at the item with marvel. The shape of the mirror was peculiar, and its spiritual chi was concealed. Could it be an ancient treasure? As Han Li pondered this, he heard an abrupt shatter. The ancient mirror had split into 8 pieces without the slightest warning. The spiritual chi that it contained scattered without a trace, turning it into mere scraps. When the black-robed man saw this, his eyes were filled with regret. He sighed and put away the shattered copper mirror. He then raised his head and watched as Han Li approached. He couldn't help but recall how Han Li had deliberately refused to aid him at the beginning and coldly snorted before turning his gaze once more. The black-robed man's actions stunned Han Li. But soon after, he seemed to have realized something and silently smiled with understanding before turning his gaze towards the ghosts. Fairy Violet's spirit also looked at the black-robed man and revealed a thoughtful expression. At that moment, the weeping soul beast had already rushed over to them. It climbed up on the black-robed man's shoulder and motionlessly sat there. It appeared quite clever. The gray ghost shadow reappeared at the side of the black ghost shadow. With many poofs, 8 identically shaped demon ghosts appeared from around the mist. Han Li recognized these ghosts from a glance. They were fierce ghosts known as Wei Wu. Normally, whenever one appeared, it would cause a great uproar. An unexpected sighting of such a large group of them caused Han Li's expression to sink. They were horned and sharply clawed. Although they were far inferior to those ghost shadows, they were still superior to late Foundation establishment cultivators. They were slowly crouching forward towards them with cold gazes and were surrounding the 3 cultivators. From this, Han Li knew that a hard-fought battle was unavoidable. He bluntly gave his commands, "You 2 deal with the Wei Wu ghosts. I will go and deal with the 2 ghost shadows. Delay them." Han Li's voice was deep and solemn. Although the black-robed man felt resentment towards Han Li, he also knew that the situation was grave and could only begrudgingly follow Han Li's orders. After all, He already recognized that he was unable to combat the two ghost shadows. Hanli taking the initiative to confront them was exactly what he had wanted. The vicious ghosts revealed an ominous gaze. When Hanli saw this, he instantly released the spirit beast pouch that he held in his hand. A glistening cloud of gold and silver light suddenly appeared in midair. At that moment, the demon ghosts seemed to have received an order and viciously pounced at the three while breathing out wisps of black flame. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man and fairy violet spirit released their magic treasures and tools to block them. The weeping soul beast was particularly impressive. Instead, its body was corporeal and appeared quite fearsome. After a moment of shock, Hanli couldn't help but narrow his eyes. An artifact spirit. This so-called artifact spirit is something every magic treasure can refine upon sealing the soul essence of a demon beast's primal soul into it. During an enemy confrontation, the soul essence and magic treasure would fuse, causing the magic treasure to transform into the form of the artifact spirit with greatly increased power. In addition, it would also gain the demon beast soul's original abilities. It could be said to be a shortcut to quickly raising a magic treasure's strength. But for some unknown reason, regardless of whether or not the magic treasure successfully refined the sealed soul, only one attempt could be made to gain an artifact spirit. If a second attempt were to be attempted, the magic treasure would be incapable of absorbing the soul essence of the primal soul. This was regarded by cultivators with great importance. If they had no urgent need to increase their magic treasure's power, they would spend as much time as possible to find an appropriate match and deliberate before conducting the sealing ceremony. During the trial of blood and fire back in the state of Yu, Nangongwan probably took the primal soul of the inky flood dragon with the intention of sealing it as an artifact spirit. After all, the inky flood dragon may have been young, but it was still a very rare flood dragon. That must have been why Nangongwan was so excited when she obtained it. Despite having slaughtered a great number of demon beasts of various ranks, Hanli had yet to see a spiritual flood dragon. This caused Hanli, who had wanted to use a flood dragon as his artifact spirit, to be rather gloomy. In any case, the odds of success for artifact spirit seals were difficult to predict. It was almost as if there were no predictable patterns. However, there were a few certainties. The stronger the primal soul to be sealed as an artifact spirit, the lower the odds of success, and if the artifact spirit strength was too weak, then it would only increase the magic treasure's power by minuscule amount. As a result of this, a majority of cultivators' magic treasures do not possess artifact spirits. It wasn't that they couldn't find a target to their satisfaction. It was because the sealing of the artifact spirits had been an utter failure. Thus, when Hanli saw that the ghost pearl contained an artifact spirit, he couldn't help but be startled. Hanli soon calmed down and licked his dry lips. He pointed to his two bamboo clouds warm swords, ordering his two transformed azure flood dragons to constrict the demon tiger. Before Hanli did anything else, he would first test the might of this demon tiger artifact spirit. His flying swords didn't have any artifact spirits. Despite having their appearance transformed to that of flood dragons, they possessed none of their divine abilities. Before it could react, the swarm of gold-silver beetles had blocked his path forward and were swarming towards him. In an instant, the gray blur became covered in the swarm of gold-silver beetles, creating a silhouette of twinkling gold and silver glints. With furious alarm, the gray shadow trembled several times in an attempt to throw off the beetles. This proved completely ineffective, and soon his body began to feel an intense, strange sensation. After a moment of daze, it turned its head downward, resulting in a gaze of terror from its blood-red eyes. The beetles that it had disregarded were now eating away at its incorporeal ghost body. Although their bites took much effort, they were truly eating away at his formless ghost body a mouthful at a time. The gray shadow became panicked and started to undergo continuous transformations. In one moment, it had turned into a pitch-black fog, in another, it turned into a scaled phantom. But regardless of the transformation, the cloud of beetles firmly stuck onto his body, and he was incapable of breaking away from them. In a short moment, his body was being devoured by at least several thousand exotic insects. At that moment, Hanlik finally turned his head to coldly glance at the gray shadow. Without wasting the breath to say any nonsense, he released 2 more spirit beast pouches into the sky, summoning 2 additional swarms of droning, gold-silver insects into the air. The 2 huge swarms joined the existing swarm in devouring the gray shadow. The gray ghost shadow eventually released a deafening, fearful scream towards the black ghost shadow for aid. When the black shadow heard this, it revealed a trace of apprehension. It glanced at the huge azure sword that was deadlocked with the huge tiger artifact spirit and appeared hesitant. But soon it narrowed its green glowing eyes before transforming into a ghost cloud and merging with the body of the demon tiger. The black tiger immediately released a pained, violent roar. Its body then stood erect and underwent a transformation, shrinking its forelegs and thickening its hind legs. One of the faces of the tiger heads became indistinct for a moment before turning into a shaggy man's face that was covered by dense black chi. As for the other tiger head, its eyes became even more brutal. Spirit Possession Technique. Hanlik felt his breath go cold as he involuntarily whispered the name of this magic technique. This technique was similar to the Greater Possession Technique that allowed one to enter a living body, but it had an entirely different use. Not only did the Greater Possession Technique not increase one's strength, it only allowed one to make use of the original body's strength. It was only a convenient magic technique to control a body from a long distance away. There also weren't many consequences from using it. As for the Spirit Possession Technique, it couldn't be used on other cultivators. It could only be used on demon beasts that didn't hold much intelligence. After possession, not only would the cultivation of the caster and the target's cultivation fuse, but their lives would be fused after a single use. If either party were to perish, it would bring the other party down with them. But what was most inconceivable was after fully making use of the spirit possession technique, an entirely new individual will be created with a consciousness that possessed the memories and experiences of both parties, but neither of their wills. Although the duration of the spirit possession was short initially, the more frequent the technique was used, the longer it would last. Eventually, the consciousness of the newly created individual would become dominant, and the technique would become incapable of reversing. Ironically, the lifespan of this half-human, half-demon monster was pathetically short despite its great cultivation. Its astonishing power came at the cost of consuming an astonishing portion of its own life essence. It wouldn't last long before it eventually expired. Additionally, rumor had it that cultivators that used the spirit possession technique would have their souls forever wandering the abyss, incapable of re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. This topic had caused many cultivators to pale while chatting about it. But fortunately, very few cultivators knew about the spirit possession technique, and even fewer actually practiced it. After all, it could end with oneself turning into a half-human, half-demon abomination. The appearance of the ghost shadow and demon tiger's fusion was exactly as was rumored of the spirit possession technique. However, this secret technique should only be capable of being used by cultivators. He hadn't heard that demon ghosts were capable of using it. But what was most astonishing was that he had done it with his own artifact spirit. Doubt was unconsciously written all over Han Li's gloomy face while vigilance surged in his heart. It flew around the waist of the beast and attempted to slash through it with a flash of brilliance. But what Han Li saw next left him at a loss for words. The 3 heads of the abomination simultaneously released a bizarre roar and swiped its 2 claws at a speed Han Li couldn't perceive, resulting in the huge sword being trapped in its grasp. The 2 hairy tiger claws seemed unaffected by the sharpness of the sword light. Although the sword continuously swayed in its grasp, it was unable to break free. Han wasn't sure what to do. Although the bamboo cloud's word wasn't refined for long and didn't contain much power, it was inconceivable for it to be caught with mere claws. Could it be that their claws had been refined into a magic treasure? Han Li's thoughts went off on a tangent. When the abomination had restrained Han Li's flying swords, the three heads revealed a malicious expression. The middle head smiled sinisterly before opening its mouth and releasing a dense, black-yin chi towards the struggling flying sword, gradually whittling away the intensity of its light. Han Li's heart dropped upon seeing this. The abomination's methods were ruthless, and its cultivation was immense. If he allowed this drag on, it wouldn't end well. He had to take a risk and end this as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Han Li couldn't help but turn his head towards the other group. The black-robed man and fairy violet spirit were completely focused on fighting the demon beasts and had no time to look in Han Li's direction. With that, a strange expression flickered through Han Li's eyes, and he slowly turned his head back. The abomination's left and right heads were still busy dealing with the intense barrage of his huge ape puppets, and the middle head was fully focused on spouting out black chi to corrupt his bamboo cloud's warm swords. You're courting death. Han Li's heart soared with killing intent. Without any further hesitation, he formed an odd sword incantation gesture and fiercely pointed at his flying sword. Chapter 444, Black Robes. Han Li pointed at the huge sword that was struggling to break free of the abomination's grasp. It suddenly grew still and started to sparkle with green light. When the middle head that was spouting out black chi saw this, it was stunned. Before it could even react, the flat of huge sword released several tens of arcs of faint gold lightning. The arcs of lightning were incredibly fast. In an instant, the lightning traveled up from its furry claws onto its huge body, creating a net of golden light around the abomination's body. The abomination's three heads simultaneously expressed shock. But before it could even move, Han Li uttered the word, "Suffer." The net of lightning covering it ruptured. A scorching, blinding white light thoroughly submerged the abomination, leaving it incapable of being seen. In that instant, Fairy Violet Spirit and the black-robed man couldn't help but look over in surprise. As for their opponents, the Weiwu ghosts and the two night fiends, they appeared to be at a loss for a moment before suddenly fleeing away. The two were alarmed at the scene, but after some hesitation, they merely watched them as they fled. However, the weeping soul beast took this opportunity to forcefully snort and absorb one of the fleeing spirits into its nose. As for the blinding white light, it persisted for some time before fading away. The tiger abomination was standing motionlessly in place, and its three heads appeared frightened. However, their expressions were completely still. When a gust of cold wind flew past it, its huge body scattered the sky with gray ash before disappeared without a trace. All that remained was the huge sword and a fist-sized tricolored pearl floating in midair. The colors black, green, and gray were interweaved in the sparkling pearl. Han Li let out a long sigh and waved his hand. With a dim cry, the huge azure sword dispersed into 8 blades and flew back to Han Li. However, 4 of those blades had faded away in mid-flight. The other 4 blades obediently returned into Han Li's body and sunk into dormancy. The previous arcs of lightning cleanly exhausted the sword's entire accumulation of its divine devil-bane lightning. They urgently required long-term nurturing. Han Li glanced at the strange pearl. With several blurs, his body appeared in front of the pearl. After intensely staring for it, he started muttering to himself. After a short moment, a malicious expression flashed from his face. With a flip of his hand, an azure flying sword appeared in his hand. Han Li fiercely chopped down at the pearl with a flash of radiance. Tang! The pearl was chopped into 2, releasing 3 streaks of black chi flying away as if they were fearfully escaping. However, Hanlik flicked the finger of his other hand and shot out 3 egg-sized fireballs towards them. Puff! 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 The 3 strands of black chi faintly released miserable wails upon being struck with the fireballs before they were dissolved by the flames. These demon ghosts was extremely devious. They hid away within the magic treasure and lured him into grabbing it. Had he fallen for it, he'd be in an inescapable confrontation for the control of his body. However, this was something he had earlier anticipated when the body of the tiger abomination was exterminated by the divine devil bane lightning. After all, with the gold lightning bamboo's grand reputation along with legends of its devil bane characteristics, it would be truly heaven-defying if a full discharge of the 4 swords were unable to extinguish a demon ghost. It was because he had this trump card that he so calmly and confidently entered the ghost mist. Despite having felt incredibly baffled when faced against the fused ghost demons, he was able to keep calm particularly because of this. Naturally, he had originally refrained from using the divine devil bane lightning since the black-robed man and fairy violet spirit were nearby. Chapter 445. Yuan Yao. Just as the black-robed woman was about to grow furious, Han Li's smile faded and he earnestly said, "I didn't expect that after a mere 100 years, Lady Yuan would enter core formation. You have my sincere congratulations." When Han Li addressed her as Lady Yuan, the woman's angry, embarrassed expression immediately disappeared. She hastily attempted to refute him with panic, "Lady Yuan. You're mistaken. My surname is Ruan." This situation was the exact opposite of what Han Li had expected. He couldn't help but stare at the woman's flickering eyes. At the moment, the gorgeous woman's complexion had paled, and her hand was placed on her storage pouch. Her eyes were wide open and carried unmistakable hostility. The mood suddenly became strained. All of which originated from Han Li addressing her as Lady Yuan with a casual tone. While Han Li wore a slight smile on his face, he actually felt truly puzzled. As for Fairy Violet Spirit, the current situation was even more of a surprise. Without even thinking, she took a half-step closer towards Han Li, making her standing clear. In terms of both familiarity and might, Han Li was the obvious choice. With an unchanged expression, Han Li slowly said, "It seems there is a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Yuan most likely doesn't remember me. After all, we had only met once before over 100 years ago." "We've only met once. Over 100 years ago." The woman's expression slightly relaxed, but her eyes were still vigilant and she expressed doubt. The tension had been greatly eased. But after looking at Han Li for a moment, she doubtfully asked, "I've taken a good look at you, but I don't remember ever seeing you. Are you attempting to dupe me?" With that said, the woman's eyes flickered with cold intent, faintly revealing a trace enmity. Han Li felt at a loss, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't bother playing coy and directly asked, "Over 100 years ago, did Lady Yuan go to the Sky Capital Market at Stalwart Star Island?" The black-robed woman blankly stared for a moment before nodding her head in recollection. After looking intensely at Han Li's face, she revealed a pensive expression. "Stalwart Star Island Sky Capital Market? I've been there many times. Could it be that you saw me there?" She seemed to have recalled something. "That's right. At the time, you were together with a beautiful friend. My martial uncle Crooked Soul, and I met you at the edge of the market city." When he mentioned Crooked Soul, Han Li unconsciously glanced at Fairy Violet Spirit, who was aware that Crooked Soul had been his avatar. Naturally, when Fairy Violet Spirit heard Han Li mention Crooked Soul as his martial uncle, she revealed a mysterious smile. Although she didn't know the circumstances at the time, she was sure that Han Li must have been playing out an elaborate scheme. She couldn't help but find it ridiculous. But naturally, she wasn't going to talk about this matter without cause. Speaking of Crooked Soul, Fairy Violet's spirit had been wondering for quite a while why his avatar wasn't present at his side. Crooked Soul would have been of great assistance to them. After blinking her eyes several times, the black-robed woman came to a sudden realization and revealed an expression of disbelief. Fellow Daoist's words feel quite familiar to me. Could it be that your esteemed self was at the entrance of the Sky Capital Market and was accompanied by a core formation senior? Hanli bitterly smiled. Lady Yuan has finally remembered. It seemed that I had given you quite an ordinary impression. Hanli spoke with a chuckle. The black-robed woman deeply blushed upon hearing Hanli. But now that she recognized him, she completely relaxed and self-consciously said, "Please don't take offense, fellow Daoist Han." At the time, fellow Daoist was truly, the woman found it difficult to continue. Hanli replied with laughter, "Wasn't it because my appearance and cultivation were too ordinary? It's no surprise you two ladies didn't take note of me." Hanli was calm and didn't display the slightest annoyance. "It seems I've made a fool of myself." Hanli's attitude had greatly eased the black-robed woman. After all, Hanli's current abilities were impressive, and she was fearful that Hanli had been offended over being forgotten. With her magic treasure greatly damaged, she was unwilling to casually offend him. With that thought, she continued, "I must also congratulate fellow Daoist. In these 100 years, fellow Daoist also cultivated to core formation from Qi refinement. Your magic power is also so profound that you are actually capable of eliminating the Ghost King level fiend." Hanli inwardly shook his head in response to the woman's friendly words. He wasn't at Qi condensation stage at the time. He had been at late foundation establishment. Had he not refined the 3 essence revolutions, along with the great development technique, he feared he wouldn't have entered core formation. However, this woman had truly cultivated from Qi condensation to core formation in that time span. When he recognized the black-robed woman, he was truly shocked. This woman didn't possess particularly impressive aptitude, so Hanli inwardly guessed that she must have had a fortuitous encounter during those 100 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary cultivator like her to have improved so quickly. Although he had carefully examined her previously, he was unable to see the spiritual roots of a fellow early core formation cultivator as their body's magic power blocked his sight. With that thought, Hanli didn't stare at the woman any longer and turned his eyes towards the ghost mist surrounding them. Hanli smiled and thought to say something, but Fairy Violet's spirit spoke first with a slight frown, "Fellow Daoists, let us set off. It would be best to not stay here for too long. It would be troublesome if another fearsome phantom were to appear." Hanli silently agreed with a smile. The black-robed woman Yuanyao had no objections, and the 3 set off into the ghost mist after confirming their direction. There was a place that appeared similar to a garden, but it contained nameless, rare flowers and plants. It had 8 pavilions finely carved from jade with 30 cultivators distributed sparsely among them. A majority of these cultivators had pale complexions and were stained with blood as if they had arrived here after a bitter struggle. However, their faces revealed unconcealable excitement. There were even a few cultivators that were whispering to one another. Grandmaster Zenithine, Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators were at this location. The 2 factions were meditating at 2 different pavilions. As for the 2-star palace elders, they were floating at some place in midair. Zenithine was extremely annoyed that Hanli had yet to appear, and was unwilling to deal with the old man's schemes. As such, he bluntly closed his eyes and forced himself to meditate. At that same time, the resounding voice could be heard once more in the corner of the Bone Sage's mind. "Bone Sage, your assistant still hasn't arrived. Could he have been devoured by ghosts? Such an assistant would prove too weak to be useful." The voice's tone contained a trace of schadenfreude. The bone sage sighed. Given its temperament, it was truly impossible to keep him silent. It was also impossible for him to kill it, as it would prove far too useful to him. Until now, there also hadn't been anyone that had glanced at him with a baffled gaze. It seemed that their short talks didn't arouse any suspicion. With that thought, the bone sage unhappily said, "This person is exceptionally mysterious. Although he is young and his cultivation is only at early core formation, it is absolutely impossible for him to have fallen to any fierce ghosts. Even if you came across him, you'd turn tail and flee if your soul didn't scatter first. Do not underestimate him. Early core formation. Isn't Bone Sage underestimating me too greatly? Against such a cultivator, I'd only have to open my mouth, and his blood essence would already be absorbed." The deep voice spoke with disbelief. "Did you enjoy my devil-extinguishing arrow? What would you do if he possessed flying swords also made from golden lightning bamboo?" The deep voice grew silent for a moment before speaking with great skepticism. "Flying swords made of gold lightning bamboo? Are you joking? There was only ever one stalk of gold lightning bamboo, and you refined it into the devil-extinguishing arrow. How can there be other gold lightning bamboo magic treasures? Hee hee. You'll find out whether or not this is true sooner or later. And before you say I didn't warn you, apart from his gold lightning bamboo magic treasure, he also possesses a few other troublesome techniques. Why else would I, the Bone Sage, join hands with an early core formation cultivator?" With that said, the Bone Sage didn't pay any further attention to the voice and closed his eyes into oblivious meditation. The deep voice tactfully kept silent and was pondering whether or not the Bone Sage had spoken truthfully. 6 hours later, the Bone Sage now appeared irritated and wondered why Hanli was taking so long to arrive. At that moment, an area of the ghost mist rolled away and made a path, revealing 3 people walking side by side. The 3 were Hanli's party. As for the gorgeous woman Yuan Yao, she was back to concealing her breathtaking beauty with her black robes. Hanli was stunned for a moment after having seen that there were so many people present. He soon glanced at the scene and walked towards an uninhabited area without hesitation. Fairy Violet Spirit and Yuan Yao then gave each other a tacit glance before going their own ways. At that moment, a silhouette appeared with a blur. A handsome, azure-jacketed youth had rushed over and earnestly spoke to Fairy Violet Spirit. "Great. Violet Spirit, you're safe. I was so worried." After this was said, he hastily approached her and carefully examined her for any injuries. "Brotherly, I'm fine." When Fairy Violet Spirit saw him, she stopped and forced a smile. Her expression continuously shifted. After Yuan Yao took a deep look at those 2, she went to another location with fluttering clothes. Hanli, who had found a lone place to stand, turned around to see Yuan Yao following him. With slight surprise, he immediately frowned and said, "Lady Yuan, we've already left the ghost mist. For what matter have you followed me?" Although this woman's breathtaking beauty had touched his heart, he didn't have any plans to work together with any strangers and immediately spoke with a cold intent of rejection. Han Li's blunt words didn't cause Yun Yao to become angry. Instead, she sighed and said, "Please don't take offense, Brother Han. I've only followed you because I have no choice. Fellow Daoists should know that my magic treasure had suffered great damage in the fight against the Ghost King, and I am not capable of using it any further. And with the great dangers in the Heaven Void Hall, this woman only knows of Brother Han. Coming here was a stupid decision. Please do not leave me here to die." With that said, the black-robed woman's eyes turned slightly red as if she were about to weep tears. The scene caused Hanli to intensely frown. "Lady Yuan. Since you've said this, I will need to ask some questions. But first, I'd like to make it known that I am not an upright gentleman, nor is my heart filled with benevolence. I am especially unwilling to be used without payment or knowledge. Hanli calmly spoke as if he hadn't seen the woman's sad expression. Fellow Daoist Han, please don't hesitate to ask. So long as the questions don't touch on any secrets, I will definitely give a satisfactory answer. This woman felt somewhat annoyed that Hanli hadn't revealed any pity or sympathy towards the fairer sex. However, there were items that she must acquire and she had no choice but to agree. After placing his hands behind his back, Hanli unhurriedly asked the woman without blinking, "My questions are quite simple. What is fellow Daoist Yuan's objective? Up to which trial do you intend to challenge? Also, from the panic you had shown earlier, it seems you're hiding something. Do you carry any great troubles on you? I don't wish to be involved in any of your quarrels by association." After the light faded away, Hanli walked a few steps outside of the transportation formation and examined his surroundings, discovering a sight that left him dumbfounded. The sky was dark blue and was filled with clouds. An endless expanse of emerald green grass surrounded him, accompanied by a wind that carried a strong scent of plants. There was also a mountain range that could be faintly seen in the distance. How were they still in the heaven void hole? This graceful environment clearly belonged on land. For a long while, Hanli remained in a silent daze. At that moment, the bone sage walked out of the transportation formation. Scoffing at Hanli's shocked appearance, he said, "Isn't it amazing? The first time I came here, I didn't appear much better than yourself. But this isn't an illusion, it is a genuine existence. With its abundant spiritual qi and its indescribable smell of pure nature, this isn't a place that exists in the outside world." He then took a deep breath and slowly savored it before continuing, "This small world should be the result of a great divine ability of some cultivator from the desolate era. Unfortunately, those of us in the later generation never again witnessed their grand, marvelous abilities." The bone sage sighed and revealed a desire to witness the ancient cultivators. Splitting the heavens and earth apart by oneself. Hanli was overwhelmed with disbelief. Guessing what Hanli was thinking, the bone sage calmly continued, "There is nothing strange about it. The divine abilities of ancient cultivators far exceed what we can even imagine. But for some unknown reason, these ancient cultivators completely disappeared from this world. It was after this that our own inferior cultivation world came into existence." Hanli didn't further question this, and his eyes suddenly fell down to a small road in front of him. The winding road was overgrown with unknown, wild plants. It was hard to discern, and it led into the unseen distance. In Hanli's eyes, the mystery of the ancient cultivators' amazing abilities along with their disappearance had nothing to do with the matter at hand. He'd be better served by addressing the matter at hand before considering any matters having to do with ancient cultivators. Chapter 448, Small Mountain. After following this road for several hundred kilometers, you will see a canyon surrounded by a barrier. It is narrow and very long. Upon entering the canyon, you will be in an entirely different world. Within this world, there will be two paths to choose from, the road of profound crystal and the path of lava. The road of profound crystal is chilling to the bone, and if you are not careful, your body will turn to ice. As for path of lava, it is scorching hot where one may find themselves easily turned to ash. Only after reaching the end of the canyon will you find the next transportation formation. Once you pass through it, you will have completed the second trial, the paths of fire and ice. As the two from the Star Palace have said, everyone will have a day to search for spiritual medicines before they must enter the canyon. As for what everyone will find, it will depend on their own luck. The bone sage finished indifferently. Hanli opened and closed his mouth several times and was thinking about what to ask. But when he saw the bone sage's expression stir, he remained silent as three more flashes of white light appeared from the transportation formation behind them. The arriving cultivators indifferently glanced at Han Li and the bone sage before excitedly flying off towards the distant mountains as streaks of light. They all appeared eager to begin hunting for treasure. As he watched them fly further away, the bone sage frowned and hesitated a moment before saying, "Let us set off. If we wait for Zenith-een to arrive, it will stir up quite a bit of trouble." Then without waiting for a response from Han Li, he transformed into a dark cloud and took to the skies. Han Li's expression greatly changed. He wordlessly turned into an azure streak and chased after him. Not long after Han Li and the bone sage took off, Zenith-een, Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators each appeared from the transportation formation. With the righteous Dao headed by Wan Tianming and the devil Dao headed by Manhuzi, both sides stood in confrontation. When Zenith-een appeared, he hastily swept his gaze around and felt slightly disappointed that Han Li wasn't around. However, his expression didn't betray this in the slightest. He was even bantering with the Confucian-robed old man as normal. As for the beautiful woman surnamed Wen, when she saw their confrontation, she coldly said, "I only wish to pick spiritual herbs. After I am done, I will be returning to the pavilion. You all may fight as you see fit, but do not involve me in your affairs." With that said, she turned into a ball of silver light and ripped through the air. Wan Tianming took several glances at the devil Dao cultivators and whispered a few words to his fellow righteous Dao cultivators. Soon after, the three of them wordlessly took off into the skies as a tricolored light. The remaining devil Dao eccentrics couldn't help but watch with widened eyes. They were caught unprepared and were unsure whether to closely follow after them or mind their own business. But before they could respond, the righteous Dao cultivators were already out of sight. When Grandmaster Zenith-een saw this, his eyes flashed with a strange gaze. After a cough, he said with a wide smile, "Brother Qing, brother man. I will be taking my leave to pick a few spiritual herbs for pill refinement. Let's meet up at the entrance of the canyon." With that said, Grandmaster Zenith-een flung out his sleeve and released a black mist. After the mist drew in Wuchou, he disappeared with a gust of cold wind. Man Huzi's expression grew stern. As for old man Qing, he frowned with contemplation. That Zenith-een left rather quickly. It seems his movement technique is growing increasingly wondrous. With this formation, we will be able to restrict the mountain stone in an area of 100 meters, hardening it into metal and trapping the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Since you possess knowledge of formation spells, I'll let you place down the formation. While you do that, I will be looking around for any solid traces of the spirit ginseng. Soon after, he calmly handed over the 4 yellow flags and turned into a black cloud as he silently flew down towards the mountain. Han Li looked at the flags in his hand and then turned to look at the back of the old devil with an odd expression in his eyes. After a moment, he licked his lips and flew downwards with a sneer. At the same time, a man's resounding voice was heard from deep within the bone sage's body. "Bone sage, why did you give him the formation flags? I see that your relationship with is quite shallow. Could it be that you're up to no good?" This person spoke as if he greatly understood the bone sage. "What do you mean?" "I only had youngster Han set down the formation flags so that I can capture the spirit ginseng with certainty. After taking advantage of this opportunity, I will kill him." The bone sage sinisterly spoke with a chilling voice. "You're going to kill him now? Did I hear wrongly? I thought you'd at least wait until Zenith-een was killed before you acted against him." The deep man's voice displayed astonishment. The bone sage grimly said, "That won't do. This youngster Han is far too cunning. I fear any more delays will only bring more troubles. In addition, this person understands my methods and will not allow himself to be controlled by me. If he were to by chance betray me to my traitorous disciple Zenith-een, it would be beyond terrible. Although the possibility of this is low, this bone sage refuses to take such a risk. After all, I've already suffered betrayal once and will never easily trust others ever again. Also, the man's voice lazily continued, also, you never intended to give the 9-curl spirit ginseng to him from the start. That's right. After spending so much thought into acquiring this spiritual item, how could I be willing to give it to another? Even if the spirit ginseng had no effect on my cultivation, it would prove equally useful for trade. And with that gold lightning bamboo magic treasure in his possession, he will inevitably become a great enemy for us demon ghosts. The sooner we exterminate him, the better. Besides, what do you think about his body? The bone sage revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. The question at the end had startled the male ghost. He grew immensely excited. It would be great. You must help me seize his body. But, how do you plan to deal with Zenithine? His question was slightly hesitant. When I passed down Zenith Yin's profound art to him, I left behind a flaw that I could use to kill and refine him. So long as he is alone, and with your newly acquired body, we will be able to exterminate him. The bone sage spoke with great confidence. So that's how it is. Are you actually scared of your own trick, the formation flags that you gave him? The man's mocking voice suddenly appeared in the bone sage's mind. Carefulness leads to no mistakes. I will first test the formation and see whether or not it is properly set up. Although the chance that he happened to possess Earth attribute formation flags is minuscule, I cannot take the risk. The bone sage spoke without caring. The man clicked his tongue. If you were originally this careful, you wouldn't have fallen to this degree. It seems you've learned your lesson about that great flaw of yours, old pal Bone Sage. The Bone Sage couldn't make out whether he was sarcastic or truly praising him. With an inward snort, he didn't pay any further attention to the man's words. The Bone Sage floated in the air and opened his hand. A yellow formation flag appeared in his grasp. This flag appeared similar to the 4 that he had given to Hanli, but it was a bit shorter and appeared quite exquisite. The Bone Sage glanced at the small flag and lightly shook it. The flag immediately released a faint yellow light. After it twirled in the Bone Sage's hand, it pointed down towards the forest. The Bone Sage let out quiet breath, and his face revealed an evil smile. After putting away the small flag, he turned his gaze to the small mountain and flew off. At that moment, Hanli had finally appeared from the forest. Hanli's eyes coldly glinted as he watched the Bone Sage fly farther away. After his expression stirred, his body became blurred, leaving behind only a breeze. The fishy smell from the jade box was becoming increasingly potent, causing Hanli to tightly frown. All he could do was hold his breath. As time passed, doubts began to spring into his heart. He couldn't stay there for long. If the 9-curl spirit ginseng wasn't duped into appearing, he could only return in vain. As Hanli was thinking this, his expression stirred. His spiritual sense detected a small object burst into the trees. Hanli was pleasantly surprised by this and immediately concealed his body's aura. He then stared at the jade box with complete attention. A yellow light flashed. A sneaking rabbit was floating outside the formation spell. This rabbit's body was snow white and its blood-red eyes were swiveling incessantly, occasionally glancing around. It appeared extremely timid. Despite this, the rabbit's pink nose was continuously sniffing in the direction of the jade box and would occasionally reveal a human-like expression of infatuation. What was an extremely unpleasant odor to Hanli proved to be an extremely pleasurable one to this small creature. Chapter 451, Two-Faced. There was no doubt. This small animal was certain to be the avatar of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Han Li excitedly looked at the white rabbit and circulated the entirety of his great development technique through his eyes. The white rabbit's pure spiritual qi was astonishingly brilliant. It was undoubtedly a wondrous item born from nature. Han Li felt deeply moved, but he didn't relax in the slightest. As he rigidly stared at the white rabbit, his hand had already formed an incantation seal. The rabbit continued to stay outside the great formation before its two fire-red eyes glanced at the jade box several times. It was clearly unsatisfied with merely staying in place and continuing to only smell it. It was now coming up with a clever plan. Now that he saw the rabbit's intelligence, Han Li became increasingly careful and revealed a tense expression. After all, the nine-curl spirit ginseng was most adept in evasion techniques. Were he not careful, he would have wasted all of his previous efforts. After the rabbit circled around the large formation, its two ears swayed incessantly while still as if it were attempting to sense any oddities with the nearby spiritual qi. Han Li felt slightly worried. If the spirit ginseng avatar saw through the trap and wouldn't enter the formation, he would have to forcefully capture it with the gold net. However, the chance of success would be pathetically small. During Han Li's moment of hesitation, the white rabbit's body blurred and disappeared into the underbrush. Han Li was left completely stupefied. During Han Li's bafflement, a white blur appeared from a different side of the underbrush. The white rabbit's speed left incomplete afterimages. It shot towards the jade box in an instant. After grasping the jade box in its jaw, it ran back without the slightest hesitation. Although the white rabbit's actions had left him in a slight daze, he immediately awoke. How could he allow its mere tricks to succeed? An arrow-like ray of gold light shot down from the trees, intercepting the white rabbit's path of escape. The white rabbit fearfully twisted its body in mid-flight and threw itself in a different direction. It was already too late. A barrier of yellow light had already surrounded it, firmly sealing it. The white rabbit's head knocked against the light barrier and was repelled. After rolling several times across the ground, it got up with a swaying head and eyes filled with panic. With a flash of white light, it turned into a fist-sized ball of rainbow light and immediately flew downwards into the ground. But when the ball of rainbow light sunk several inches into the ground, it was pushed back by another burst of yellow light. Now it was truly worried. The rainbow ball of light flusteredly knocked against the light barrier like a housefly, but it was always met with resistance. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot down towards the ball of light while it was in midair. It was caught completely unprepared. Then with a blur, Han Li appeared on the ground. The golden light then flew into his hand, revealing itself as the gold-threaded net that the bone sage had given him. The light turned back into the white rabbit while in the net, and it struggled to break free. Its figure became blurred, large and small, but it proved to be of no use. The gold net closely matched its transformations, firmly holding it in place. Han Li smiled at the sight. After he brought the gold net close to his face and closely examined the white rabbit, he hung the net at his waist. He then sat down at the center of the formation with no intention of disabling it. He then took out the flower basket Desolate Antiquity and placed it in front of him. He also released 2 spirit beast pouches of gold devouring beetles and had them continuously spiral above him, forming a huge glowing cloud of gold and silver. Do you truly wish to fight in a battle where both sides suffer, only to the benefit of Zenithine? Han Li spoke with a mocking expression. Both sides suffer. You truly overestimate yourself. Although killing you would consume a bit of effort, I am willing to pay the cost. With that said, the dark cloud suddenly shot out a streak of yellow light, striking the barrier of the formation spell. The color of the barrier abruptly changed to a fiery red. The center of the formation spell began to release a scorching heat as if it were a furnace. Han Li's expression didn't change upon seeing this, and he lightly sighed. He raised his hand and shot an azure incantation seal towards the barrier. The barrier's color fluctuated many times between red and yellow before finally returning to its original yellow. The scorching heat had disappeared as if it were an illusion. What did you do to my formation flags? A shocked voice came from the dark cloud. What did I do? I just did what you did. Han Li spoke with a non-committal tone. Humph. Very good. You must also used my golden thread ball quite well then. The bone sage tone turned icy. What could it be? Han Li's expression underwent a massive change. He immediately threw the gold-threaded net from his waist into the distance. But just as the bone sage finished speaking, the golden net turned pitch black with a flash. It quickly shot towards Han Li as a fine thread of black qi and hastily bound him. As for the rabbit that was within it, it was discarded to the side without regard. It remained motionless as if it were unconscious. With this sudden entrapment, Han Li was unable to conceal the abrupt shock on his face. Youngster, how do you like the feeling of ghost threads? Are you still able to use any of the magic power in your body? The bone sage's proud laughter came from the cloud above. When Han Li heard this, he hastily felt for his magic power, but his face soon turned ashen. After flickering with yellow light, the light barrier started to blur. Han Li then indifferently glanced over. He saw the bone sage in midair, releasing his own attacks in coordination with the green silhouette's attack. The dark cloud continuously struck the light barrier with 3-meter-wide masses of black qi. It appeared that the barrier wouldn't last for much longer. A strange light stirred in Han Li's eyes. He no longer paid attention to the bone sage's assault and turned his gaze to the gold-devouring beetles that were blocking the flourishing green silhouette over 40 meters away. The Yin ghost threads on his body had already been torn nearly halfway through in that instant. Han Li could already feel his true essence and magic power slowly stir, causing him to involuntarily reveal a trace of joy. Once his magic power returned to normal, he had many methods he could make use of. At that moment, the green silhouette released a soft roar and started spinning its body. In a second, it had turned into a huge top spinning at great speed. It charged into the swarm of beetles and slowly inched closer to Han Li. The 10,000 gold-devouring beetles continued to chase after it. Although a majority were quickly swatted away by the huge top, a small portion of them managed to cling onto it and slow it down. When the other beetles saw this, they swarmed around it. A short moment later, the green silhouette had gold-devouring beetles crawling over its body and was no longer capable of spinning. It looked just like when they had devoured the gray ghost shadow previously. Han Li was astonished. The green ghost's suicidal action not only caused him to feel joy, but also great apprehension. What happened afterwards verified his suspicions. In a breath's time, the green shadow's body that was being held down by the gold-devouring beetles started to inflate into a large sphere and glow with dazzling green radiance. Not good. Han Li wanted to recall the gold-devouring beetles, but it was too late. The green sphere emitted a deafening bang and released an extremely cold aura that submerged all of the beetles. The center of this explosion was shining with dazzling green radiance. Under it as cover, a fine wisp of green smoke shot out, quickly shooting towards the still-bound Han Li. Your body will be mine. With roaring laughter, the green thread flashed, transforming into a meter-wide malevolent ghost head as it continued to charge towards him. As the bone sage saw this from up above, he wore a slight smile. He immediately stopped his attacks, despite being only a few strikes away from breaking through it. Han Li stared at the ghost head as it approached him with an icy, piercing gaze. When it arrived about 3 meters away from him, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes and his body suddenly released a violent, baleful aura. This violet, baleful aura appeared nearly tangible, and unexpectedly stopped the approaching ghost head from shock. Hanli suddenly opened his mouth and shot a dense bolt of golden lightning, penetrating through the ghost head at point blank. The ghost head wailed in anguish and immediately turned into a ball of green chi after being struck by the golden lightning. Furiously shrieking, it fled for its life. Hanli wasn't about to allow it to so easily escape. At that moment, his entire body was wildly releasing arcs of faint lightning. In an instant, the black threads had been thoroughly dispersed. His body blurred without delay. After leaving behind several afterimages, he had chased down the green chi. Hanli expressionlessly raised his right hand and fiercely clutched the ball of chi. Faint gold lightning sparked from his fingers and instantly erased the green chi from existence, leaving a dark green crystal pearl in his grasp. It flickered with a strange brilliance as if it were alive. Hanli indifferently looked at it for a moment before tightly closing his hand. The crystal pearl was then turned to ash from an arc of lightning. Without a corporeal body, even the Ghost King Great Green Shadow was destroyed in an instant by Hanli's unrestrained use of the divine Devilbane lightning. Even Hanli himself was surprised by how easy it had been. Then, Hanli raised his head and looked at the bone sage with an unfazed expression. "Hand over the 9 curl spirit ginseng to me and I will pretend as if nothing happened, and we will continue our cooperation. Otherwise, one of us will have to die." Although Hanli's tone was serene, the cold intent of his words caused the bone sage to wear a grotesque grimace. The bone sage directly stared at Hanli for a long while before saying, "Good. Good. Good." Hanli unconsciously narrowed his eyes as he rigidly stared at him. Since he was unable to take over your body, his skill was insufficient. "I will naturally cooperate with the victor. Take good care of the 9 curl spirit ginseng." The dark cloud concealing the bone sage disappeared to reveal his true body. He then flung a golden box at Hanli. He believed that Zenith Een wouldn't kill him on sight and would be given a proper explanation of why Grandmaster Zenith Een was so intent on pursuing him. After a long while of strenuous thinking, Hanli couldn't figure out why he was being chased, much to his annoyance. With that thought, Hanli recovered his calm state of mind and he attentively gazed at the black clouds, waiting for Zenith Een to speak. But contrary to his expectations, a cold snort came from the dark clouds and shot out a jet-black light beam towards the magic formation at a speed greater than lightning. With a flash of yellow light, the light barrier was thoroughly destroyed with a deafening rupture. It was unable to hold for even a second. Completely unobstructed, the black light beam directly struck at Hanli. Hanli's face became deathly pale in an instant. His body blurred several times out of instinct and he dodged out of the way, appearing over 100 meters away with an expression of furious alarm. Hanli waved his arms without any further hesitation. Over 100 huge ape puppets appeared around him. He then twirled several spirit beast pouches around him, having them lightly sway in front of him. Hanli's gaze grew ice-cold. Although he knew his chances of victory were pathetically small, if Zenith Een truly wished to kill him, he still had to try his utmost. He was unwilling to resign himself to death. At that same time, 9 bamboo clouds warm swords that were sealed in his body's true essence began to stir. Chapter 454, Enticement. The expansive black clouds appeared to be reacting to Hanli's hostile vigilance. They started to quickly swiveled and started pulling back at the center of the clouds with a grand flourish of devilish chi. Hanli's heart trembled. Just as he was about to impatiently order his puppets to attack, he heard the bone sage's cold voice in his ear. "Youngster, don't attack him. He is merely giving you a show of his strength. He doesn't wish to truly kill you. Let's see what my traitorous disciples wants from you, before you do anything else." The Bone Sage's voice transmission surprised Hanli, giving him a sudden realization. He then forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked, "Great Senior Zenithine, for what reason has Senior come to find this junior?" Hanli's voice was gloomy and serene, possessing neither arrogance nor humbleness. "You're still calm despite receiving my attack. It seems you are quite courageous." Grandmaster Zenithine answer was besides the point. Hanli was unsure whether his words were that of praise or contempt. As a nascent soul cultivator, if Senior wishes to exterminate Junior, my courage wouldn't make a difference. Hanli unconsciously frowned and replied with a calm expression. He felt slightly more at ease, knowing that the Bone Sage was hiding not far away. If he were to act together with the old devil who knew the weakness of the profound arts, it would be possible to fight against Zenithine. Naturally, that would require the Bone Sage to assist him, which was something Hanli couldn't guarantee. As a result, he didn't possess the slightest intention of angering the Bone Sage. At that moment, the black clouds eventually billowed away and flashed several times. Whoosh! The clouds disappeared to reveal a middle-aged man and a short, thin, and ugly youth, Zenithine and Wusho. "You are Hanli, a rogue cultivator from Heavenly Star City." The middle-aged man looked at Hanli with interest. "That's correct. I am Hanli, although it seems Senior already knows this." Hanli revealed a bitter smile and spoke with a tone of helplessness. "Don't be anxious, I'm not here to look for trouble. It's not about that matter with the Exquisite Sound sect either. The previous attack was merely because I felt that formation spell was in the way, so I sought to break it." Zenithine spoke with an indifferent smile. "What was in the way? Did you not merely wish to intimidate me with your immense strength?" Hanli thought, completely aware of the truth. But contrarily, he respectfully asked, "Then, Senior is here for?" As Hanli clearly understood that Zenithine was waiting for him to ask that, he could only hold his nose and play along. Zenithine chuckled upon hearing Hanli's question. After closely examining Hanli, he was able to sense his inward restlessness. "Do you recognize what this is?" Zenithine raised his hand, revealing a dense white ball. Without giving him a chance to clearly see what it was, he lightly tossed it towards Hanli. Hanli revealed slight confusion. When the item flew in front of him, he caught it with his sleeve and carefully brought it before his eyes. The item wasn't large and was badly damaged, but Hanli recognized it at a glance. It was a small amount of the pure white threads from the blood jade spiders. Hanli blankly stared at it, baffled at why Zenithine had given this to him. But after some thought, he immediately recalled the battle that had occurred with the Hidden Fiend sect. When he was trying to escape the entrapment, he had used the blood jade spiders to deal with a demon corpse that was blocking his path. That should have been when Zenithine had acquired this object. Why is he asking about this item now? Hanli's expression slightly changed as suspicions began to come to mind. However, as Zenithine wasn't going to give him much time to think, he could only answer honestly, "I undoubtedly recognize this item. They're threads that my spirit beasts shoot out." "Why has Senior mentioned this?" Hanli's expression was doubtful, as if he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Zenithine revealed a smile upon hearing this. "Good, very good. I came to look for you because I wish to see your spirit beasts. How about you take them out and let this Grandmaster take a look at them?" Grandmaster Zenithine revealed a trace of excitement and spoke with a surprisingly gently voice. This caused Hanli to grow even more vigilant. This was because Hanli had caught a trace of well-concealed greed contained in his smile. It was only revealed for an instant before it faded away. Showing such an expression at the mention of his blood jade spiders wasn't a good omen by any means. Although he felt even more restless underneath Grandmaster Zenithine's gaze, Hanli could only hesitantly force himself to agree. Well, no point in dragging this out. Han Li gloomily thought. He then raised his arm and lightly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A white light then flew out and landed in front of Han Li. The light faded away to reveal a white spider the size of a millstone, fiercely observing its surroundings. When Zenith Yin saw the blood jade spider, he continuously stared at it as if it were an extremely precious treasure. His expression gradually became happier. Great! It truly is a blood jade spider. Hee hee. After a long while, Grandmaster Zenith Yin broke into wild laughter as he faced the sky, causing the nearby air to tremble. Han Li's expression involuntarily changed. The cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator was truly profound. However, Han Li soon wore a cautious expression. He knew that Zenith Yin was about to mention the true heart of the problem. But before Grandmaster Zenith Yin could speak, the Bone Sage's apprehensive voice was transmitted to Han Li's ear. How did you get that blood jade spider? Why haven't you told me about this? The Bone Sage's voice was filled with regret and furious alarm. Why would I have told you that I possessed it? Han Li grew sullen. But he immediately calmed his mind and had second thoughts. Since the Bone Sage was also moved by it, it seems the blood jade spider possessed a great mystery. Would the appearance of this unknown matter prove to be a benefit or detriment to him? As Han Li was inwardly mulling this over, the Bone Sage urgently sent him another voice transmission. That traitorous disciple Zenith Yin will definitely invite you to go with him into the inner halls. Do not hesitate to go with him. I will be secretly following after you and provide assistance. Perhaps sensing that Han Li's tone was unsettled, the Bone Sage's voice became much more gentle. When Han Li heard this, his heart became even more uneasy, contrary to the Bone Sage's intentions. He faintly felt that he was about to be dragged into a great maelstrom where he would meet a terrible death if he weren't careful. As these suspicions stirred in Han Li's mind, Zenith Yin eventually spoke as the Bone Sage had predicted. Han Li, do you wish to go to the inner halls? If you do, I will bring you through safely. Zenith Yin's voice was amiable and his words were filled with great enticement. Go to the inner halls. Han Li was astonished. It was a place that was said to be too dangerous for a core formation cultivator, but the treasures that it contained were far more precious than in other areas of the Heaven Void Hole. But after Han Li came to know of the particulars of that place, he had decided not to go. He was even more averse to braving the dangers of the inner hall now that he had just acquired the 9-curl spirit ginseng, an item that greatly helped when congealing a nascent soul. Zenith Yin's offer to safely bring him through the inner halls, and the Bone Sage's exhortations for him to agree were met with complete disdain and distrust from Han Li. He only had one life, after all. After a moment more of pondering, Han Li declined with a forced smile. To this junior, the inner halls are truly out of reach. Junior will be satisfied with passing only 2 trials. As such, Junior will forego going to the inner halls. His luck isn't that good. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's expression sank, and his eyes became stern. At his side, Wu Chou loudly rebuked him with a scowl. Han Li, my ancestor didn't chase after you for your offenses during that previous matter. Now, you use excuses to refuse his kind offer to bring you into the inner halls. Could it be that you hold our Zenith Yin Island in contempt? Although Grandmaster Zenith Yin didn't stop Wu Chou, he wore a displeased expression and looked at Wu Chou with a cold gaze. Han Li grew silent once more. He again heard the Bone Sage exhort him to agree, causing even more distrust to swell in his heart. I won't go. Although I do not know why Island Lord Wu plans on bringing me into the inner halls, it definitely won't be a matter of only broadening my experiences. It would be better for me to use my time to look for treasures in safer areas. Han Li spoke with an indifferent expression. After turning his gaze away from the blood jade spiders, the Confucian-robed scholar examined Han Li several times before saying, "So this is the junior that old Pao Wu was concerned with earlier. This old man is also quite fond of guiding courageous and insightful youngsters. I am quite interested in taking him in as my disciple. How about it? I've never taken in a disciple before." Zenith Yin paled after hearing this. Take Junior in a disciple? Han Li blinked several times. He didn't know whether he should be excited or cynical. Zenith Yin's expression was icy, and threads of black qi began to surge from his body. He spoke each of his words forcefully while staring at the old man. "Fellow Daoist Qin, what are you planning?" He. I was only joking. Old pal Zenith Yin doesn't need to be so nervous. If I were to truly take this youngster as a disciple, I fear fellow Daoist would attack me without restraint. However, if Hu Manzi were to know of this blood jade spider, would he back down? The old man chuckled. A strange expression appeared within his eyes as he played the matter off. Layman Qing Yi's words initially caused Zenith Yin to relax. But upon hearing him mention Manhuzi, he started to feel a strong headache. Zenith Yin had originally planned to keep the blood jade spider a secret and manipulate the others into driving the righteous Dao cultivators away from the inner halls or have both sides suffer a mutual defeat. He would then use to the fire serpent to put on a display of being incapable of acquiring the treasure while secretly using Han Li's blood jade spider to secure it. He alone would acquire the heaven void cauldron. As for his previous promises, he had never intended on keeping them in the first place. But he didn't expect in the slightest that his meticulous plan would be thrown into disarray by this old cunning fox. He was uncertain about whether or not he could kill him to shut him up. And even if he were confident, he couldn't easily act and weaken his own side prematurely. After all, he still had the righteous Dao cultivators to contend with. Zenith Yin's face twitched when the old man mentioned Manhuzi. He had previously experienced just how fearsome Manhuzi's heaven-bearing devil arts were. Even with his newly acquired minor mastery of his heaven-wide corpse fire, he didn't hold any confidence in facing that man. If by chance that man were to use the pretext of taking in that youngster as a disciple, then he would insist on taking the lion's share of the treasure. He wouldn't have any way to prevent it. Unless, seeing that he was no longer able to preserve the secret of the blood jade spiders, Zenith Yin started to think of how he wouldn't suffer a smaller portion of the treasures. At that moment, his heart stirred and he looked at the old man with an odd expression, faintly guessing the meaning behind his previous words. The Confucian-robed old man faintly smiled in response to his odd expression and transmitted a message to his ear. Zenith Yin's expression started to ceaselessly fluctuate. The old man's voice transmission was short and he quickly resumed speaking out loud. "How about this proposal?" Without taking much time to think, Zenith Yin gloomily said, "Fine, I accept." The old man revealed a pleased expression and said, "Good, this is how it should be." He then glanced at Han Li and unhurriedly said, "Now, between the two of us, who do you think is more suitable to become his master?" After muttering to himself, Zenith Yin said, "Naturally, he will decide who will become his master. That would be a bit more fair." The old man blankly stared for a moment before revealing a strange expression. But after some consideration, he nodded his head in agreement. When Zenith Yin saw this, he wore a seldom-seen smile. He then turned towards Han Li and indifferently said, "You must have already heard our chat. Your blood jade spider is something that we require in our treasure hunt, something that we cannot declone under any circumstance. If you believe I won't kill you because you are the master of the spirit beast, then you are gravely mistaken. This Grand Master happens to know of a convenient method to refine spirit corpses. If worst comes to worst, I will kill the blood jade spider and refine it into a demon corpse. Since the blood jade spider's cultivation will greatly suffer from this, I won't do this unless I am forced. If you are afraid of any disadvantages that will result from being involved, then you can become either of our disciples and receive our protection. Also, you will acquire a portion of the treasure should we be successful in acquiring it. As you appear to be a smart fellow, you should know what to do." Zenith Yin calmly laid out both the carrot and the stick, causing Han Li's expression to change. In fact, Han Li was inwardly cursing without end. Ever since the Confucian-robed old man had arrived, Han Li felt ill at ease as if the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had originally wished for the two eccentrics to fight amongst themselves, allowing him to slip away in the ensuing chaos. But he didn't expect for the cunning old foxes to reach an agreement after only a few words. Now, Han Li reckoned there wasn't the slightest chance that the Bone Sage would appear to help him. As for using the Blood Jade Spider as a threat, it seemed it wouldn't have any effect. He reckoned that if he were to truly order the Blood Jade Spider to self-detonate, Zenith Yin would rush to refine them. But as his life was hanging by only this thread, he couldn't afford to damn himself by angering these nascent soul cultivators. It seemed that if he didn't agree, he would only be met with death. Chapter 456, Becoming Zenith Yin's disciple. Just as Han Li thought about saying something, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Layman Qing Yi. "Han Li, this old man hasn't accepted a disciple in his entire life and doesn't have much longer to live. If you were to become my disciple, then my legacy, magic treasures, and all else will be inherited by you. You aren't going to come across such good fortune elsewhere." Layman Qing Yi's voice was full of allure. Han Li understood that his words were certain to be overstated, but he couldn't help but feel tempted. Before he could even think it over, he heard Zenith Yin's gloomy voice. "Youngster, regardless of what this eccentric had promised you, I want to remind you that this eccentric is a rogue cultivator, one who treads the solitary path. Apart from a desolate island, he has few other possessions. Even if you were to inherit everything from him, it won't amount to much. However, my Zenith Yin Island is different. Not only are there many cultivators, but it also possesses grand influence. As my own personal disciple, you will hold an unimaginable amount of influence on the island. Regardless of whether it's beautiful pear cultivation servants or precious pill and tool ingredients, this Grandmaster will allow you to select them. I also saw that you were walking quite close to the exquisite sound sex fairy Violet Spirit. If you have any interest in her, it can be handled. So long as you pledge to be my disciple, I will personally bring her to Zenith Yin Island to become your furnace cauldron. These incentives should be much to your satisfaction." Zenith Yin was very direct, listing off many conditions in a torrent. However, this wasn't the end. The Bone Sage's voice soon entered his ear. "Youngster Han, take my traitorous disciple as a master. That way, we can look for a favorable opportunity to kill him. Don't forget, I am the only person who knows the pill formula for the refinement of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. You had best do as I suggest, otherwise." The Bone Sage's words were filled with an obvious threat. Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes. Each of them had ulterior motives, and he would suffer greatly if he wasn't careful. In his own mind, if he truly wanted to take a master, then he would naturally pick the Confucian-robed old man. Although he wouldn't receive many great benefits, he wouldn't become entangled with a hideous mess of relations. It would be far more peaceful, and he wouldn't be involved with any more quarrels. As for Zenith Yin's medicine pills, beautiful women, and techniques, Han Li wasn't particularly interested. The talk regarding Fairy Violet Spirit interested him even less. But with the Bone Sage's voice transmission, Han Li had to carefully reconsider. Solidifying a nascent soul was his next objective on the path to immortality. Although it was still quite some time away, the pill recipe was still something that he had to acquire. With that thought, Han Li lowered his head and started muttering to himself, pondering over what was to be gained or lost. Han Li's expression changed several times over a short period of time before he raised his head. His next words were music to Zenith Yin's ears and to the disappointment of the Confucian-robed old man. This one has long heard of Zenith Yin Island's great reputation. Junior wishes to receive a few pointers from Senior Wu. Good choice, Han Li. This Grand Master will first accept you as an in-name disciple. When we later return to Zenith Yin Island, I will conduct a ceremony for you to become an official disciple. This profound Yin ring is a set of ancient treasures that I acquired when I was young, and I've given it to each of my personal disciples. Since it is both a keepsake and a protective treasure, be sure to properly take care of it. Zenith Yin understood the value of striking when the iron was hot. He immediately took a dark gray ring off his hand and handed it over to Han Li. Han Li accepted it with slight surprise and carefully looked at it. The ring was just about as large as one would expect, but it was etched with a few mysterious talisman characters that released pale blue light. One could tell that it was unordinary at a glance. As Han Li felt joy, he heard the bone sage scoff. Profound Yin ring. It seems my traitorous disciple has cleanly eliminated any traces of my existence. This was obviously an ancient treasure that I had bestowed upon him, the Yin-Yang ring. He actually changed its name. Humph. Don't grow too excited. Although this Yin ring can protect your body and repel attacks, the Yang ring that he possesses can be used to restrain you. If you attempt to use it when you deal with him, you will only be meeting your own doom. When Han Li heard this, he didn't reveal any peculiarities as he respectfully paid thanks to Zenith Yin. However, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. With such a deep and cunning schemer as Zenith Yin by his side, he must be exceedingly vigilant. Else, he would suffer a terrible fate. He now hoped that the Bone Sage truly had a method to kill Zenith Yin. Otherwise, he'd have to later join Zenith Yin Island and obediently become eccentric Zenith Yin's disciple. Besides, even if Han Li did want to become a genuine, obedient disciple, Zenith Yin might not be sincere in receiving him. Whether or not Zenith Yin would become hostile after all was done, was yet another matter to be concerned with. Faithfully following after Zenith Yin was not an option. As of now, he could only improvise as events unfolded, since he didn't have the strength to do otherwise. Although Han Li was well aware that the cultivation world was where the weak were prey for the strong, he hadn't felt such helplessness since he was at Foundation establishment. He had previously found himself in perilous circumstances many times before, but he was able to use the entirety of his strength to overcome the odds. But if he were to now confront a nascent soul cultivator, he wouldn't stand the slightest chance. This all caused him to wonder whether he was born under cursed stars. However, this was a passing thought. He merely thought to follow after the Bone Sage and investigate the secrets of the map fragment from curiosity. Just how did he land himself into the eyes of nascent soul cultivators? Han Li slightly regretted his choice. Suppressing the deep grievances that couldn't be revealed, he forced himself to act excited and happy. Upon seeing Han Li wear the profound Yin ring and respectfully thank him, Zenith Yin was quite satisfied. After discussing a few things with the old man, he had Han Li follow behind him. The day was nearly over. If they didn't hurry over to the canyon, they would be eternally trapped here. As such, Han Li retrieved his blood jade spider before flying across the horizon with the others. Along the way, Zenith Yin happily chatted with Han Li and took the initiative to point out a few mistakes in Han Li's cultivation, much to the benefit of Han Li. Han Li couldn't help but sigh. There was quite a huge difference in the path of cultivation for those with a guide and those without. When Wu Chou saw this, his face carried a trace of resentment. Although he attempted to hide it with all his might, Han Li was still able to sense his immense hostility. Still, Han Li pretended to be unaware of this and paid him no further attention. The four of them flew quickly. About 6 hours later, they arrived in front of a mountain that was about 10,000 meters tall. This extremely steep mountain was made of black and gray stones. The mountain was cleanly split at its center in a supernaturally fine manner. It was even split through the mountain's foundation, producing a huge natural canyon. But what was even more strange was the twinkling blue and red light that separated the center of the mountain into two. It appeared truly otherworldly from a distance. Currently, over 30 differently dressed cultivators sat at the entrance of the canyon in silent meditation. Their expressions were solemn as if they were waiting for something. Zenithine and the other three slowly descended at the center of the group. Hanli swept his gaze over them and discovered that the black-robed Yuan Yao was also among them. When Yuan Yao saw Hanli accompanying the nascent soul cultivators of the Devil Dao, she revealed amazement. When Hanli turned his gaze towards her, she flusteredly turned her head away, not daring to meet his gaze. Hanli was slightly surprised and faintly realized something. He then wordlessly turned his sights elsewhere. He didn't see Fairy Violet Spirit or that youthful male cultivator. It seems they returned to the pavilion without any intention of undergoing the paths of ice and fire. Although the meditating cultivators appeared solemn, they were calm and composed, each possessing an unordinary bearing. In terms of cultivation, a majority of them were superior to Hanli's. Although he didn't know how many of them possessed late core formation cultivation, he could tell that a majority of them held mid-core formation cultivation. As for those that possessed early core formation cultivation like Hanli and Yuan Yao, there were only 7 of them. However, all of them were collected and appeared full of confidence. After Hanli finished his observations, he slightly frowned. There were no other nascent soul cultivators present apart from Zenithine and Layman Qing Yi. Seeing this, Zenithine found a good area and sat down. Wu Chou naturally followed and sat down beside him. Hanli, come rest beside your master. Zenithine spoke, assuming the role of Han Li's gentle master. Hanli didn't wish to approach the eccentric, but under Zenith Yin's gaze, he could only force himself to comply and sit beside him. This suddenly caused Wu Chou to recall that his own ancestor was on bad terms with Manhuzi. Wasn't his praise of Manhuzi deliberately provoking Zenith Yin? He then repeatedly praised his master with an embarrassed appearance before keeping silent. In the sky, Manhuzi swept his gaze past them and immediately caught sight of Zenith Yin and the others. He dropped down towards them, causing the nearby ground to tremble upon landing. After landing, Manhuzi's scales retracted from his body, and his golden light gradually faded away. It seems Brother Man had a very successful harvest. Why else would you be so happy? The Confucian-robed old man cupped his hand towards him with a beaming smile. Manhuzi's excitement disappeared upon hearing the old man's question. He answered without hesitation, hee. I've made a few gains. I killed an ice-striped toad near the Genesis fruit tree. Its inner core will prove to be very beneficial towards my heaven-bearing devil arts. Zenith Yin and Layman Qing found this contrary to expectation. They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing whether he was speaking the truth. After a moment's pause, Layman Qing Yi's previous smile was restored, and he said, then I must congratulate fellow Daoist man. If your heaven-bearing devil arts progresses, you will have the same strength as the arch-saint of the 6 paths and the heavenly star sages. Afterwards, Zenith Yin also congratulated him with a calm expression. Manhuzi chuckled and was about to say something, but he appeared slightly baffled when his eyes fell on Hanli. He remained slightly baffled before his eyes strangely glinted and released a trace of astonishing pressure. Bearing the brunt of this pressure, Hanli instantly felt his body tense, incapable of moving as if each of his limbs were being weighed down by 1,000 kilograms. But what was most shocking to Hanli was the feeling of Manhuzi's icy gaze seeing past both his mind and body. Hanli's complexion became deathly pale, and he reacted by circulating the Great Development Technique. After a moment, his mind stabilized, returning a bit of blood to his face and restoring control of his body back to normal. Manhuzi couldn't help but be astonished. He soon revealed a trace of pleasant surprise, but when he thought to do something else, Zenithine blurred and appeared in front of Hanli. Zenithine offsetted Manhuzi's imposing pressure and calmly asked, "Brother Man, what are you doing? Why are you bullying my junior disciple?" Junior disciple. Manhuzi blankly stared for a moment before appearing gloomy. After disdainfully glancing at Wu Chou, he bluntly said, "Zenithine, are you making fun of me? Apart from that youngster Wu Chou, what other disciples did you bring to the Heaven Void Hole?" He appeared as if he planned to attack if he were to be corrected. Manhuzi, you misunderstand. Young friend Hanli has been taken in as a disciple by fellow Daoist Wu just today. It's no wonder why fellow Daoist man didn't know of it. Layman Qingyi hastily gave an explanation from the side. Currently, Hanli was very important to them. It was natural for him to prevent any mishaps from occurring. Zenithine, did I hear correctly? You took in a disciple while here. Manhuzi expressed shocked and sized up Hanli twice through. Although he is only an in-name disciple as I've yet to conduct a formal apprenticeship ceremony, young friend Hanli is now a member of Zenithine Island. I hope Brother Man won't treat me too harshly. Zenithine spoke with a slight smile. Manhuzi blinked a few times, staring at Zenithine and Layman Qingyi for a moment before turning his gaze towards Hanli. He then laughed and said, "Good, very good. This disciple of yours is quite good. Needless to say, his spiritual sense is several times greater than that grandson of yours. If you carefully foster him, he will have great prospects in the future." Great prospects indeed. That last sentence of his seemed to possess a deeper meaning. Zenithine and Layman Qingyi were at a complete loss and looked at each other in confusion. Zenithine frowned and slowly asked, "What does Brother Man mean?" "There is no meaning. Your in-name disciple is quite good. Are you interested in giving him to me? I feel like this youngster is quite suitable for cultivating my heaven-bearing devil arts." Manhuzi spoke without care, but those words greatly frightened his fellow Devil Dao cultivators. Layman Qingyi hastily changed the subject. "Brother Man must be joking. Young friend Han has already become a disciple of Zenithine. How can he be so casually changed?" Manhuzi grimly laughed and stroked his beard. He suddenly spoke with a cold tone, "If you aren't willing, then let's forget about it. To tell the truth, accepting a disciple is far too troublesome for me. However, why did fellow Daoist Qin grow so anxious for a disciple of Zenithine Island? Could it be that this youngster has something that can't be revealed?" After this was said, the old man's expression momentarily changed before calmly glancing at Zenithine. Zenithine's expression slightly changed. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "Brother Man, since you have doubts, I won't conceal anything. My junior disciple will prove quite useful during our treasure hunt in the inner halls. I hope you will forgive him if he has offended you." Zenithyine's words caused Hanli to be extremely annoyed. When could he have possibly offended Manhuzi? Was it not Manhuzi who had forcefully seized the jade pillar from him and left him with a bellyful of anger? Naturally, Hanli didn't dare to say this and the words remained in his mind. With a wave of his arm, Manhuzi lazily said, "Offend? I don't even recognize this youngster. There was no offense. I merely saw that his cultivation technique was quite interesting and I wanted to test it. But, how can a core formation cultivator be useful in the inner halls? Are you duping me?" Zenithine frowned and hesitated for a moment. Afterwards, he gave Layman Ching-yi an indicative glance. Layman Ching-yi faintly smiled and sent Manhuzi a sound transmission. Seeing the two's secretive manners, Manhuzi revealed slight disdain. But after he heard the transmission, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Hanli in shock. Manhuzi then asked the old man a few questions with sound transmissions and came to a sudden realization, revealing an icy expression. Manhuzi narrowed his eyes and stared at Zenithine with a sharp gaze. He said in an imposing manner, "Zenithine, I was wondering why you would inexplicably take in a disciple. So it turned out you, humph. You sure came up with a good plan. There is no need to be so angry, brother man. If you came across a similar matter, perhaps you would have used a similar method. In addition, we've revealed the matter to you and have no intention of monopolizing the harvest. We'll be relying on brother man in the coming treasure hunt," Zenithine calmly said. After a moment of thought, Manhuzi's expression grew calm, and he said, "If I don't take action, Wan Tianming and his group of hypocrites wouldn't give you a chance to take the treasure. So let's get the business out the way first. If you get the treasure, how are we splitting it? How about we split the treasure into 4? Including young friend Han, each person will get a share." Layman Ching-yi had long considered this question and immediately answered. This answer caused Manhuzi to become angry. With a derisive expression, he said, "Ching-yi, do you really think I'm so easily swindled? Do you really think that you'll be able to handle Wan Tianming when the time comes? And you actually want to split it evenly amongst us?" The old man sighed and responded with a chuckle, "Don't be angry, brother man. It's true that my thoughts aren't entirely fair. How does brother man feel it should be decided?" Manhuzi spoke with a serious expression, "I don't care how much you all receive, I require half of the treasure. After all, Wan Tianming alone is more than enough to deal with the both of you. If I'm going to take him on, then it is only fair that I get half." Manhuzi's words weren't surprising to Zenithine and the old man. They had clearly expected him to make large demands. Zenithine unhurriedly said, "An entire half. Brother man's appetite is truly great. But don't forget that without my junior disciple's assistance, our odds of acquiring the treasure are pathetically low. My disciple also requires a share." "Humph. A core formation cultivator also gets a share among us." Manhuzi disdainfully glanced at Hanli. Hanli's expression stirred for a moment before calming down. He. If he were only a rogue cultivator, he obviously wouldn't be entitled to a share of the Heaven Void Cauldron's treasures. But since he is my disciple, he will get one. Zenithine was unwilling to back down. A stern expression appeared on Manhuzi's face. Just as he thought to say something, the old man rushed to propose a compromise. "There is no need to fight. How about this? When we acquire the treasure, we'll split the treasure into 5. 2 shares will go to brother man and the other 3 will go to the rest of us. Surely, that is fair." Manhuzi blankly stared for a moment, before stroking his beard in silence. Zenithine immediately declared his position with a heavy voice, "I find these conditions acceptable. What do you think, brother man?" "Fine. Although I am still not satisfied, it is better than the previous proposal." Manhuzi wrinkled his brow and spoke with an annoyed tone. He had already figured out that Zenithine and the old man had joined hands, and that the proposed conditions were likely their bottom line. As such, he was unable to pressure them too strongly. As the Devil Dao eccentrics were discussing how to split their not yet acquired treasures, Wan Tianming and the righteous Dao cultivators were also having a secret discussion about the treasures. "Sect Master Wan, how certain are you that your gold-threaded silkworm will be able to take out the Heaven Void Cauldron? There have been many experts in the past that thought to acquire this treasure, but not one of them were successful. I fear we will also be unsuccessful." Daoist priest Tian Wuzi spoke with worry. One Tianming calmly said, "Be at ease. While my gold-threaded silkwork doesn't have high odds, we did acquire the sky azure flower. So long as I feed it to the silkworm when we acquire the treasure and overexert it, we will have at least a 4% chance of success. That can already be considered high. This humble Daoist also knows of this. I merely felt ill at ease when thinking of this matter. I am ashamed. It seems my own cultivation is lacking and my mind must be further polished." Tian Wuzi spoke with slight embarrassment. One Tianming chuckled, "Hee, I am also deeply worried that those two old freaks, the heavenly star sages, would acquire the treasures of the heaven void. It only human nature as we are mere cultivators. We aren't desireless like true immortals." The old farmer then said, "However, Sect Master Wan had better keep watch on those devil Dao cultivators. They are secretly talking about something. They seem to have just had some internal strife, but now they are bantering as if nothing happened. Are those devil Dao cultivators scheming something?" Having heard this, Wan Tianming looked at the devil Dao cultivators in the distance who had finished their negotiations and scoffed. Then with a solemn expression, he said, "While the techniques and might of the devil Dao are powerful, their temperaments are easily distorted. A few strange displays isn't out of the ordinary. There is nothing to make a fuss about. Even if we fail in our attempt, we must also make sure that the heaven void cauldron doesn't fall into the hands of the devil Dao. After all, Zenith Yin's mutant fire serpent is also a spirit beast capable of acquiring the treasure. Sect Master Wan speaks truly. If the devil Dao acquires it, they will flourish. Given the current weakness of the Star Palace, we cannot allow the devil Dao to replace the Star Palace as hegemon of the scattered star seas." Tian Wuzi repeatedly nodded his head. One Tianming was very pleased and thought to say something more when the blue-red light from the huge mountain suddenly flourished. The walls near the entrance to the canyon started to tremendously shake, splitting open two separate passageways. It seemed that they lead into the canyon. A meter-tall stone slab emerged at each of the entrances with the words, "Path of Profound Crystal," and "A Path of Molten Rock," in ancient characters. Suddenly, the cultivators closest to the entrances hurriedly took a step forward. Those that approached the entrance to the Path of Molten Rock grew lightheaded and felt their mouths dry from the gust of scorching heat that flew past them. As for those near the entrance to the Path of Profound Crystal, it continuously emitted a white, ice-cold aura. The faint whistling of harsh winds caused one's heart to grow cold. Upon seeing the paths appear, Zenith Yin stood with roused spirits. He spoke to Hanli with a caring voice, "Hanli, let's go. We will gather up again on the other side of the paths of fire and ice. Although I am incapable of personally bringing you through them, I will give you a treasure to resist either the cold or heat depending on what path you choose." When Hanli was traversing the ghost mist, he had been informed about the paths of fire and ice by Fairy Violet Spirit. He knew that after setting foot in the passage, he would be teleported to a predetermined area in the canyon. There was very little chance that he would be teleported together with others as had been reaffirmed by Zenith Yin. After some thought, Hanli slowly said, "I will walk the path of molten rock. I happen to possess some fire-resistant clothes that might prove to be useful." Zenith Yin took out a deep blue jade pendant from his storage pouch without hesitation and handed it over to Hanli. "All right, take good care of this. With this item, you should have no problems passing through the trial, given your cultivation." When Manhuzi saw this, he insincerely smiled and said, "This is truly unexpected." Such a miserly person as Zenith Yin actually showed a moment of generosity. "Isn't that your white rhino emblem?" Chapter 459. Trek. Zenith Yin didn't grow angry, instead replying with a roll of his eyes and a chuckle, "My junior disciple's cultivation is too shallow. As his master, it is only natural that I look after him. Although the white rhino emblem could be considered precious, I plan on taking the path of profound ice, so this item will be useless to me. If I am not mistaken, Brother Man also has a glacial ice pearl. Why not lend it to my disciple? Surely fellow Daoist doesn't wish for my junior disciple to encounter any mishaps before he enters the inner halls. Humph. I cannot allow that youngster to easily die before the Heaven Void Cauldron is secured. I acquired this glacial ice pearl from a glacial carp during my early years. How lucky for you, youngster. With that said, Manhuzi took out a thumb-sized misty white pearl and tossed it at Hanli. Hanli felt joyful and gave many words of thanks after receiving the item. Although he knew these treasures were only given to him because of his blood jade spider, they would allow him to go through the path of molten rock safely. It was exactly what he had wanted. Although the glacial ice pearl shone with white light similar to the white rhino emblem, it was far colder to the touch, causing his hand to tremble from its penetrating chill. He hastily placed it in his storage pouch, as it appeared to be the more valuable of the two. When Layman Ching Yi saw this, he chuckled and entered the path of profound ice with a blur. When the other cultivators saw this, they started to successively enter the canyons that they had previously chosen. After only a short moment, a majority of the cultivators had already entered the canyons. Zenithine glanced at Hanli and amiably said, "Hanli, how about you set off? We'll meet again at the end in a few days." Hanli saw no reason to disagree and headed towards the path of molten rock. As he was walking forward, he swept his gaze around with a calm expression, resulting in a feeling of anxiousness. That old devil, Bone Sage, still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he had changed his mind and slipped away by himself? Hanli couldn't help but assume the worst. After all, human hearts were unpredictable. He could have changed his might after seeing the great might of Zenithine. If the Bone Sage truly abandoned him, Hanli would bluntly use the Bone Sage's information as a bargaining chip with Zenithine to guarantee his life. An ominous glint shone from Hanli's eyes as he thought this. This movement had caught the attention of others. While Hanli felt slight regret at this, the Bone Sage's voice had suddenly entered his ear, "Don't glance around. I am concealed nearby and have yet to reveal myself. Do your best. I will meet you again after the path of ice and fire is cleared." Hanli felt some relief after recovering from his surprise and walked towards the passage with large steps. Hot winds blew past Hanli just as he stepped into the passage, causing him to feel a scorching heat on his body. Hanli frowned and attentively looked forward. The passage was 6 meters wide and couldn't be considered very tall. However, the way forward was glowing with blinding red light, placing apprehension in the hearts of those that see it. Han Li licked his dried lips and glared at it for a moment before moving forward. Each step he took felt as if the temperature was rising. After 30 steps, Hanli was no longer capable of moving forward. The hot winds that occasionally blew past him and the already hot temperatures of his surroundings caused his body to feel pain. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli covered his body in the water attribute barrier. The deep blue brilliance immediately alleviated the scorching heat. He then patted his storage pouch and a streak of blue light flew out into his hand, the fire-repulsing robes. Hanli immediately donned robes without much thought and suddenly felt a chill from his body. With roused spirits, Hanli continued forward. After a dozen steps, he saw a sudden flash of light. A wall of red light was blocking his path. After glancing at the wall of light, he walked in head first. He could hear footsteps echoing from behind him. He had no interest in meeting with other cultivators. After a series of dizzying fluctuations from within the blinding red light, the disappeared heat reappeared in a vicious, overbearing counterattack. His blue light barrier was unable to endure and started flickering as if it were about to collapse. Having yet to recover from his dizziness, Hanli grew greatly frightened and hastily circulated spiritual power throughout his body. After stabilizing his barrier, he examined his surroundings. He saw scarlet-red stone, yellow soil, plants that emitted red light, and a blurry, deep red sky. Everything was tainted with the color of fire. Even while protected by his barrier and the fire-repulsing robes, he could clearly feel the scorching air. Hanli took a deep breath with a sullen expression. Under these temperatures, he would only be able to endure for 5 hours. He had thought he wouldn't have to make use of any treasures and could easily make it through. But according to what Fairy Violet's spirit had said, in the second trial, the path of fire and ice, cultivators couldn't fly and could only slowly tread forward on foot. As such, those that were teleported farther away would have to spend several days of restless walking before arriving at the end of the canyon. This wasn't something that could be done while relying solely on one's cultivation. It would require the use of treasures that blocked the respective elements of each path. In addition, the path wasn't the sole danger that the cultivators encountered on the path. The canyon gathered demon spirits of their respective elements, which were the greatest hindrance in the trial. During each occurrence of this trial, about half of the resulting deaths were caused by these demon spirits. In addition to this, there may be cultivators lying in ambush along the path, aiming to rob the treasures of others. This was something that had always occurred. After all, the closer one grew to the end of the canyon, the more likely one would encounter other cultivators. Their odds of survival would greatly increase after robbing the others of their elemental resistance treasures. Odds were that a few cultivators that found it too difficult to continue would attack without any hesitation. Hanli stood in his original place without movement, examining his surroundings with narrow eyes and pondering over the information he had. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli's expression stirred. He then took out the white rhino emblem and hung it at his waist. He then replaced his blue light barrier with the jade emblem's white light. He couldn't afford to squander any of his magic power. Staying still to recover his magic power was a suicidal action. He then turned his head to the sky. After identifying the direction of the blurry red sun with great difficulty, he set off without any further delay. Apart from a pile of rocks and a strange, perfectly straight tree, he didn't see anything else on the path as he slowly staggered onward. After a short moment of walking through the searing air, Hanli encountered a large patch of vegetation blocking his path that glowed with a strange, fiery light. Hanli frowned after looking at the strange plants and immediately shot a ball of glowing blue water towards it. Upon impact, the ball of water sizzled and turned to steam. Hanli's expression slightly changed. He looked to the side of the plants but saw no other way past the strange vegetation. After some hesitation, Hanli gritted his teeth and tried stepping through it. Upon walking through, Hanli came to know the fearsomeness of the path of molten rock. Wild plants. These were closer to swords of flame. Their incredible sharpness and heat caused him no small amount of pain. Although he didn't suffer much damage due to the protection of the white rhino emblem and fire-repulsing robes, he still felt continuous stabs of pain from below his thigh as he painstakingly forced himself through. After walking through only 10 meters, Hanli was forced to redeploy his water attribute light barrier. Although this would quickly consume his magic power, it allowed Hanli to quickly escape from the blistering underbrush. Making full use of his shifting smoke steps, he turned into a blue ghost that occasionally appeared within the dazzling red light. With each appearance, it had grown farther away. Bu was a cultivator with earth and fire spiritual roots. He managed to acquire his current cultivation in less 300 years, resulting in resounding fame in the local sea territories. Those that were close to him even thought that he was among those that had the highest chance to ascend to the nascent soul stage in the next 100 years. Bu greatly enjoyed the admirations and praise of others along with their envious gazes. However, Bu clearly understood his own circumstances. Were it not for the ancient essence-split pill that he had found in the stomach of a grade 4 demon beast he had slain while traveling, he would likely still be lingering at the Foundation establishment stage. That medicine pill had caused him to feel the sweetness of ancient spirit medicines, saving him 100 years of bitter cultivation. As such, he had made plans for this journey to Heaven Void Hall and had purchased a fire dragon worm at great price. He planned to brave the inner halls during a moment of distraction and use the worm to acquire the top-grade mysterious treasure renowned throughout the scattered star seas, the Heaven Void Cauldron. With the many treasures contained in the Heaven Void Cauldron and the rumored Heaven Mend pill, breaking through to nascent soul stage would only be a step away. Chapter 460 The Path of Life and Death. When Busu entered the Heaven Void Hall and saw so many nascent soul eccentrics appear, he felt as if he had been drenched in cold water. Any nascent soul cultivator that arrived here would naturally go hunt for treasures in the inner halls. The Heaven Void Cauldron was certain to be the most important among them. Although nascent soul cultivators had also attended previous openings of the Heaven Void Hall, there would only be about 4 of them. But now, there were actually 8 nascent soul cultivators, causing his hopes to grow very faint. But since he had already arrived, he was unwilling to cowardly return. As such, he entered the path of molten rock, holding a slight sliver of hope that it would prove to be as smooth as it had been with the ghost mist. To tell the truth, he did hold some fear towards the ghost mist and a later trial, the fantastical boundary of illusion. However, he didn't hold much regard for the path of ice and fire and never doubted whether or not he could pass it. This was because he cultivated a cultivation art well known amongst the scattered star seas, the tranquil yang art. This cultivation art had forcefully inserted itself among the top 10 mental cultivation arts among fire cultivation techniques. He had lost count of how many enemies he had exterminated, turning them entirely to ash with his tranquil yang true fire. As such, he held complete confidence towards treading the path of molten rock and resisting the heat with complete ease. Naturally, given his many years of cultivation, he wouldn't arrogantly think of treading the path of molten rock without any hesitation. He had also prepared 2 fire protection magic tools, but it wasn't that he didn't want to prepare more. It was just that purchasing the fire dragon worm had left him nearly destitute. With the assistance of 2 magic tools and his tranquil yang art, he felt that he would be able to traverse the path of molten rock without problem. But now, Busu felt a deep regret churning in his guts. After a short time on the path, he unexpectedly discovered that despite the wondrous fire-resistant effects of his tranquil yang arts, he was forced to continuously use his tranquil yang arts at full strength in order to resist the scorching heat that surrounded him. His original thought of ignoring this hostile environment was impossible as his magic power was being depleted far faster than he had anticipated. Outside the Heaven Void Hall, he ordinarily only had to make use of the tranquil yang arts in order to resist scorching flames. It was clear that the heat emitted by the path of molten rock was completely different from common flames on the outside. There were certain to be restrictions put in place that suppressed fire attribute cultivation arts. As for his 2 fire-resistant magic tools, they had a very limited effect in this strange environment, much to the dismay of Busu. In his 6 hours of walking the path, his magic power had been drained at a visible rate despite having continuously replenished his spiritual chi with spirit stones. He'd only be able to persist for a day more before his magic power was exhausted, allowing the heat to turn his body to ash. Busu naturally didn't wish to fall here. He nervously rushed forward while sweeping his gaze in every direction. However, his surroundings were quiet and was completely absent of any others. This caused his thoughts of plundering the fire-resistant magic treasures of others to prematurely perish. The further he rushed forward, the more intensely Busu felt despair. After a quarter hour later, Busu eventually stopped with apprehension contained in his eyes. Although he had both skilled techniques and magic power, he didn't have any hope of arriving at the canyon's end at this pace. In addition, if he were to encounter any other cultivators in his rush forward, his magic power would be in a sorry state. Forget about him attacking others, he would likely be preyed upon himself once they saw how weak he was. Bu Su anxiously paced back and forth. As time passed, thoughts began to bubble from his mind, looking for a method of survival. Suddenly, he raised his head towards the deep red sky with fluctuating expressions. After a determined expression momentarily appeared on his face, his body flashed with yellow light and started to float. His eyes were unblinking and his face appeared cautious. After he rose up to 10 meters in the air, he was extremely joyful to discover that nothing had happened. At this altitude, he could make use of his techniques to fly and reach the canyon's end after only a short time. Wildly delighted at having found a way out of danger, Bu Su formed an incantation gesture and turned into a ball of yellow light, disappearing with a blur. Bang! Just as Bu Su flew about 100 meters, a silver bolt of lightning struck from the deep red sky. With a miserable scream, his body scattered into ash while 2 items then silently fell into the shrubbery below. Somewhere on the path of molten rock, a gorgeous, 30-year-old woman wearing brilliant blue muslin looked hesitantly at the river of molten rock. Apart from a foot-wide stone pillar, there was no other way for the woman to cross the scarlet red river that spanned over 150 meters. The gorgeous woman frowned as she felt the overpowering heat radiating from the river of lava. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully set foot on the red stone pillar. When the gorgeous woman stepped foot on the pillar, she immediately wore a pained expression. It was clear that the stone pillar was extremely hot. Even with the protection of the blue muslin, she still felt quite a bit of pain. However, this woman was someone who possessed unwavering determination. After gritting her teeth, she slowly walked forward on the stone pillar cautiously. At the start, it went quite smoothly. She ended up walking through about halfway unscathed. But as she approached the pillar's center, she suddenly heard rumblings in the distance. The gorgeous woman was stunned and she couldn't help but turn her head in the direction of the river upstream. Her face then became deathly pale and panic-stricken. A violent maelstrom rushed down the river and transformed into a huge gray dragon. With bared fangs and claws, it arrived in front of the stone pillar in an instant and wrapped around the female cultivator who had just taken flight. Then with a shriek of despair, the female cultivator disappeared without a trace. A short moment later, a sparkling blue item sunk to the bottom of the lava. Near an icy mountain on the path of profound crystal, a middle-aged man was back-to-back with an old man as they faced over 10 crystal beasts. Red and white radiance flashed in every direction, but the battle soon came to an end. The crystal beasts stayed for a moment more before dispersing in different directions, leaving behind 2 badly damaged corpses. At another location on the path of profound crystal, Zenithine was leisurely taking a walk along the path of ice. His body was sparkling with black light and didn't possess the slightest trace of cold. While the crystal beasts would occasionally unburrow from the snow and attempt to ambush Zenithine, they would be easily split in 2 with a flash of black light. Afterwards, he would then continue on his way as if nothing had happened. On a hill, Hanli blankly stared ahead of him with a trace of hesitation. After rushing through the fiery overgrowth by making full use of the shifting smoke steps, he had returned to his original speed. After all, the shifting smoke steps put too much strain on his body. Even with the resilient body of a core formation cultivator, he couldn't persist in using it for long. Naturally, he could make use of it far longer than when he was at Foundation establishment. After this, he encountered an extremely dangerous swamp of lava. In fact, it appeared more like a pit of lava. Even a person of resilient mind such as Hanli felt cold sweat line his back. Were it not for the protection provided by the glacial ice bead that Manhuzi had given him, he would have suffered blistering skin and roasted flesh, had he managed to survive it. As for the series of strange trees and 3 flame spirits he later encountered, they forced Hanli to expend a bit of effort before he could safely continue on his way. But now Hanli was left stunned by something he had never seen before, an endless black desert with black sand and dunes. This strange scene caused Hanli to feel uneasy and unwilling to walk into it. However, taking an alternative route was impossible. The expanse of black desert was far too large. If he wanted to make a detour, it would take at least 2 days. According to the accounts of cultivators that came before him, this trail must be cleared within 5 days, else, the transportation formation would be sealed, leaving the rest to die. As for Hanli, he reckoned that he had only managed to reach the center of the canyon. He didn't have the time to waste even if he didn't want to brave this danger. Who knew what monsters laid in wait beneath the black sands? Hanli tightly creased his brow and gazed at the scene before him, pondering about what strange dangers laid hidden within. At that moment, Hanli's heart stirred, and he disappeared with a blur. Sound soon came from behind where he originally was. Chapter 461, Black Desert. Shortly after Hanli disappeared, a male cultivator slowly walked out from the side of the small mountain. He appeared to be about 40 years old and possessed a sallow complexion. He was the cultivator who had treated Zenithine so fearfully at the entrance of Heaven Void Hole. At that moment, he was wearing an odd, dark green conical bamboo hat and had a white jade bowl in his grasp. His body concealed a chill that was completely isolated from the blazing heat surrounding him. He climbed to the mountaintop and surveyed his surroundings with great vigilance as if he were looking for something. But after seeing that there was nothing, his expression only grew increasingly cautious. He thought he had spotted a silhouette blur when he gazed at the mountain from afar. But after finding no traces of the person on the mountain, he became even more vigilant. After coldly sweeping his gaze past his surroundings once more, he wordlessly inserted 2 of his fingers into the jade bowl and brushed it upward. A streak of white light then flew out from it and started revolving around his head. "Execute!" The sallow-faced man softly shouted, forming an incantation gesture with one hand. Pang! The white light trembled for a moment before suddenly bursting into specks as wondrous as starlight scattered from a goddess. The light then completely enveloped a 40-meter radius. The red land was enveloped in layers of frost upon touching the white light, but nothing abnormal had appeared within it. A trace of doubt appeared on the man's face. After a moment of thought, he didn't seem to care anymore, believing that he had been mistaken. After putting the matter to the back of his head, he then looked at the black desert with a grave face. "This place is truly strange," the man muttered to himself as he looked at the black desert with a strange gaze. He seemed somewhat hesitant to depart. But after a short moment of consideration, he flung his sleeve and shot a streak of red light towards the ground. The light faded away to reveal a small red fox. The man flicked his finger, sending a green medicine pill into the small beast's mouth. The small beast swallowed the pill and expressed great pleasure. "Go!" The sallow-faced cultivator bluntly commanded the small beast, pointing towards the direction of the black desert. The small beast immediately rushed down the hill at an extraordinary speed, turning into a red streak of light along the way. After a short moment, the small fox-like beast had arrived 100 meters deep into the black desert. It was still unscathed even after running around in a large circle. Nothing strange had occurred. It seemed that apart from the color of the black desert, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The sallow-faced man revealed an expression of surprise. This was clearly not what he had expected. He had prepared himself for the loss of his red fox beast. As it was but a common grade 1 spirit beast, he would feel no heartache at all. It didn't have any notable abilities apart from its nimble movements and exceptional sense of smell. He tensely frowned and rigidly stared at the small beast as it ran around the desert in circles before whistling towards it. It then ran over and flew back into his sleeve. Afterwards, the man gazed at the black desert in silence with a wavering expression. But with only a short moment of hesitation, he started to descend the hill and carefully walked towards the black desert. Unknown to him, shortly after he walked down the small hill, Han Li's silhouette reappeared at the hilltop in a series of fluctuating blurs. Although the sallow-faced man used a technique to search a wide area, Han Li was easily able to evade his attack and revealed no trace of himself by using both the nameless chi restraining technique and the shifting smoke steps. Although the man was a mid-core formation cultivator, Han Li was very confident that a sudden strike of his 9 bamboo clouds warm swords would instantly slay him, had he drawn closer. Han Li had been quite hesitant about whether or not he should kill him. While his 2 treasures were quite valuable, Han Li chose to have him act as a forward scout. But when the sallow-faced man had the small beast explore the black desert to no results, Han Li completely renounced his plan of attacking him. As the greatest dangers were unknown, it'd be better to let him guide the way. Han Li didn't believe that the black desert was completely devoid of danger. With the white rhino emblem and glacial ice pearl leaving him unfettered by the heat, he didn't feel an urgent need to seize those fire-resistance treasures. The sallow-faced man didn't perceive Han Li was behind him in the slightest and continued onward into the strange black desert. 3 meters, 6 meters, the man's expression grew increasingly tense as he tread deeper into the black desert. He had already activated his bamboo hat and enveloped his body in a layer of dense green light. After the man walked through the desert for about a kilometer without problem, his expression slightly relaxed and he felt great relief. It is commonly said that once one headed this deeply into an area, any dangers it possessed should have already appeared. Han Li gazed at the man's silhouette from a distance away with a strange expression. Could it be that he had guessed incorrectly? The black desert was merely frightening and didn't actually possess any dangers at all. Had he known this was the case, he definitely would have ambushed and robbed the man of his 2 treasures. Han Li felt regret. But soon, a startling and abrupt change occurred in the distance. The black sand around the sallow-faced cultivator suddenly floated up and surrounded him without a sound. The sand then released a dim black light that appeared rather strange. As the man was rich with experience, he instantly reacted by raising his jade bowl towards the sky. A vast white light scattered from the bowl, adding another layer of defense upon his green barrier. At that moment, the black sand turned into countless winged black insects and charged at the shocked man from every direction. The man bellowed. With a flourish of white light, he was then surrounded with palm-sized shields of ice. They then hurriedly rotated to form a white hurricane around him. He had now clearly made out the true appearance of the insects, winged ants. Their numbers were astonishing with no less than 10,000 insects surrounding him. The sallow-faced cultivator's mind quickly churned, trying his utmost to recall the specific breed and weakness of these winged ants. But before he could finish thinking, the black swarm of ants knocked against his ice shield hurricane. Clangs rang out in quick succession as the shields repelled the winged ants several meters back. When the man saw this, he couldn't help but feel slight relief. But a short moment later, his heart froze. After knocking the black-winged ants tumbling away several times, they charged forwards once more without the slightest injury. He was greatly alarmed. Without taking further thought, he raised his hand and released a gray flying knife. It transformed into a 10-meter-long streak of light and fiercely chopped towards the winged ant swarm. Just as the flying knife left the hurricane, the countless ants let out a drone and surrounded it. The fierce attack of the gray light didn't harm the flying insects in the slightest. Instead, they swarmed all over the flying knife in an instant and held it still. The sallow-faced man turned pale from fright and tried to recall his magic treasure. However, he was too slow. The magic treasure's gray light flashed several times before being submerged in the swarm of black insects. A blood-curdling shriek soon followed. The man's face was bloodless. The destruction of his magic treasure had greatly injured his origin chi. Without any further hesitation, he hastily controlled the white hurricane to follow him as he rushed forward. Leaving the desert was now his only chance at life. At that moment, the black-winged ants finished devouring the remnants of the flying knife and didn't move to chase after him. Its next action was cause for disbelief. It gathered together in an instant and flashed with a strange light before turning into a 10-meter-long black lance. Then with a sharp whistle, the lance pierced through the air as if it had been shot from a crossbow. The sallow-faced man panicked at the sight and hastily exerted the entirety of his magic power to propel the hurricane with further intensity. The lance of black light struck the white hurricane and pierced through it in an instant. The spearhead and shaft were completely covered in scarlet blood. If it were just that, there would still be many insect-controlling cultivators that would desire to use them, even to the point of creating or finding an appropriate environment to breed them in. However, these winged ants possessed a fatal flaw. Regardless of whether the iron fire ants were wild or domesticated, they were incapable of recognizing a master. When someone wished to conduct a master recognition ceremony on the winged ants, each of the ants would self-implode without exception, crushing the dreams of many cultivators. As for the specific cause of this, there was no definite answer. There were those that said the nature of the winged ants was unyielding and didn't allow them to be controlled. There were others that said it had to do with the iron fire ants' constitution, while others, naturally, there were very few people that knew about the iron fire ants in either the heavenly south region or the scattered star seas. They had been rarely seen in the last 1,000 years and their colonies were growing increasingly smaller. They were considered to be nearly extinct. At that moment, Hanli was looking at the Black Desert while lost in thought. It seemed that the Black Desert was a natural trap for the iron fire ants. Although Hanli didn't know how many colonies the desert contained, judging from how the sallow-faced cultivator encountered one after walking just 1 kilometer, they couldn't be few in number. It was quite possible that colonies of iron fire ants numbering in the hundreds of thousands existed in the desert as well. With that thought, Hanli felt a chill run down his back. He then swept his spiritual sense through his storage pouch, counting over a dozen mid-grade ice and fire attribute talismans. They should be enough to deal with 3 iron fire ant colonies similarly sized to what he had seen before. However, Hanli would have to be delusional to believe that these talismans were enough to carry him through the desert. When Hanli set his sights on the several spirit beast pouches of gold-devouring beetles, his heart stirred. He pondered whether or not the gold-devouring beetles would be exceptionally effective in dealing with the iron fire ants. After all, the gold-devouring beetles were higher ranked than the iron fire ants, and from the appearance of their shell, they haven't yet evolved to the rumored black gold stage. They should be half-matured like his gold-devouring beetles. As such, it would be acceptable for him to test them against one another. Barely able to suppress his increasing excitement, Hanli pondered for a moment more before deciding that there was no problem in testing his gold-devouring beetles against the iron fire ants he had just seen. Even if his gold-devouring beetles weren't able to deal with them, he still had a few mid-grade talismans he could use to defend himself and safely withdraw from the desert. Hanli's expression grew cold as he rushed down the hilltop, heading straight into the Black Desert. After a short moment, Hanli had arrived at the edge of the desert. He gazed at the black sand beneath him and narrowed his eyes.